it, Robbie, do it. It's the Bennington Show on a Friday early show. Coming in here for Opie today. I'm Ron Bennington. There's Gail Bennington.
Yo.
Where's Chris Stanley Bennington? He is a no-show today?
No word from Chris Stanley Bennington at this time.
So that's his theme song, the Roadhouse Blues. That to me, this is always the funny thing about living the single life like he does without that other person. Like, dude, your alarm didn't go off. Did you guys try calling him today?
Yes.
Yes.
I did try to call him and text him several times today.
I left him a nice voicemail.
Man, I wish we had a fucking camera going when he woke up. Because he'll be screaming his whole way in here. All right, so, the Centaur is out there. The Centaur rides this morning. There's no doubt about it.
He rides at dawn. It's still riding for some reason.
Oh, yeah. Ride the wrong way. Moonwalking to work, basically.
The bizarre thing is I sent him a text last night that said, oh, God, I'm feeling paranoid that I'm going to sleep through my alarm tomorrow. And he's like, no worries. I'll give you a call in the morning to make sure you're up.
Count on Chris. Got it.
You worry. So this morning I woke up and sent him a text like, hey, don't worry about calling. I'm up. Everything's cool. And then by the time I got in the cab, I was like, why have I not heard back?
Poor Chris. When his phone rings, it should just ring like this. Fuck up, fuck up, fuck up.
I tend to have premonitions about Chris's mishaps.
Yeah, but you act like you're Chris in your premonitions. You think it's going to happen to you.
Yes, but it ends up being him.
I just sent him one text that said, you fucked up, dog. You hit me up, dog.
Right, now maybe we should start worrying.
Chris?
Chris? Seriously. Chris. And then here's the thing, too, about him. It's not like there's anyone we could call to check on him. We know nothing about his weird outlier life.
There's no way. There's no way to contact him right now.
The mysterious chick, the weird friends that kind of show up being mean to him and scope and then disappear.
I have probably about 1 hour until I start to be like, seriously, dude, where is he? Because at this point, I feel like he is just passed out, sleeping peacefully, right. And he's going to wake up in a panic.
Yeah, but, if he doesn't get up for his alarm, right? I don't know whether you've ever tried to reach him on the weekends. Normally, he gets back to you 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, got that thing you're looking. You can just hear that he's just woke up. Yeah, I'm getting in touch with Don. just relax, dude. The thing that you're rushing to now is 9 hours ago. Yeah, man, I'm all over that thing. You can tell his eyes are still fucking cum-sucked closed.
Oh, God.
So do you think this means that the sobriety didn't last?
I don't. I think it's the opposite. I think that this has messed with his sleep schedule so bad that he doesn't know day from night.
Let's just be honest about this. Alcohol is his spinach. If he's Popeye, and he gets in trouble, he's got to guzzle a 40 to get his power back.
We know that now. We judged him before, and now we realize his kryptonite is zero alcohol.
Yeah, sobriety.
I'm looking over on Twitter, and for some reason, the drop queen has really stuck with him. Remember when he got called the drop queen yesterday by Art? Yeah. So everyone's like, the drop queen fucked up. Where's the drop queen?
Who knew that nickname would stick? He's got plenty of them.
No, he's got too many. You can't brand him because there's too many names. I've talked to so many people that have said to me, like, well, who's Chris and who's Stanley and who's Hicks? And that's people who work in radio.
I ask myself that all the time.
Yeah. He is some kind of a strange multi-personality man.
He is.
Last night, I'm going to say this, last night on the Bennington Show debates, there's no one else that's taken over there. It was another brouhaha. There is no worse way to figure out who is best to be president other than how mean can you be to each other.
I was really shocked because I thought, the debate before this one was just crazy. I was like, oh my God, this is the funniest one yet. This one was all out insanity.
I don't know how they talk to each other backstage or look at each other, because they just come out fucking throwing haymakers. Now, the deal is, though, none of them are really good debaters. Some of them have been told some mean things to say about the others,
right?
And they shout them out. But it's not a debate. A debate is normally about two sides of an idea, where this is say mean, cruel things about the other person.
Well, Cruz and Rubio looked like two hyenas, like attacking a lot. Like they were relentless, and it was so uncomfortable because every third word out of everyone's mouth was Trump. Like everybody just kept directing. All the questions felt like they were...
Well, they're cornered. They're up against the wall. This is their last chance to breathe. If after Super Tuesday they don't have enough candidates, you're not going to hear these guys again.
Here's what I was thinking. If that's the mission that you guys had, you were like, listen, we've got to get rid of Trump. His numbers are too big. Everyone loves him. He dominates the media. We can't even get our names out there. I wonder why you would not go in the opposite and say, look, if we come off looking like this, it'll bury him. You're not going to out-mean Trump. You're not going to be...
But let's look at Kasich and Carson. That hasn't worked for them. They sat there like two nice people, and you're like, they're not even in this. You're almost judging them for not yelling stuff out. Now, this is the difference, too, when you get this close. If George W. Bush or Bill Clinton came into this building today, everybody would be like, oh, president's here. I got to make sure I get a picture taken with the next president. I'm going to show them this is my mom. But if John Kerry came in here, no one would give a fuck. And he came about as close as you can get. And nothing matters with him as far as his name and his prestige. It's literally an all or nothing race. So these guys freaked out last night. They just went screaming.
I don't know who was in more of a frenzy, Cruz or Rubio. To me, Rubio was just like, he was like foaming at the mouth.
Yeah,
he looked kind of nuts.
But he was surrounded by people screaming at him, like, make sure you take care of this. This is it, bro. This is all you fucking got. You've got to put a goddamn knife in his kidney and turn it.
Put him in a body bag, Rubio.
And like when he came off there, I'm sure they told him that they did good. But every one of these debates makes them all look like out and out crazy people.
It looked nuts. It was a...
And by the way, this has zero to do with being president. This is about the same as if we made them all run a 100-yard dash. You could say one of them is faster than the other, but not necessarily would that make them a better president.
Yeah, none of those people, if elected president, would behave that way in any other scenario, dealing with any foreign leaders, dealing with making policies. That it won't happen again.
No, the reason too that Rubio was so crazy was the dirty little Mormon was in his corner yesterday, and he was even name-checking him. This fucking guy hasn't been around this whole time. And as soon as he comes out, Rubio was just as fucking sinister as he was. How can you always be one of the guys that pushes your religion and still be just as fucking bitter and twisted as any junkie on the Lower East Side?
I'm not sure how they make that right in their mind, but they do.
They do.
They are able to feel comfortable with having both sides.
This is also in the news, and it's kind of sad. Fullest House really not getting the best reviews I wanted to see out there.
I know.
I think it was the AV Club, but said it was like a porn without any sex in it. That the acting was as bad as old school porn.
I heard that, it was incredibly bad, and that it's very Stephanie, DJ, and Kimmy Gibbler heavy.
Well, it should be. They're the grown-ups now, right?
I don't see the problem with that. More Kimmy Gibbler. I'm happy. But yeah,
I saw the clip and Kimmy Gibbler has moved in. That's why it's a Fuller House. She's there.
Gotcha.
Now, did they ever say what happened to the little, to the twins?
I think that they will address it because it is just one because they played one character, Michelle.
Here's what I think they're eventually going to say about it. Michelle drowned.
Oh no!
Yeah.
What age?
I'm going to say 15.
Oh God!
I'm just going to say something like that's when Michelle was on that boat that never came back.
Oh.
She's presumably drowned.
I like the idea of the first Fuller House being a special episode.
Yeah, I would love
just
that.
Just dealing with Michelle's death right out the
So
gate.
it just happened minutes ago? Well, I just got the call. I'm back. It's me, Kimmy. I heard Michelle drowned.
I like how they leave it open, too, in case Michelle does come back.
Yeah,
we don't know.
She's lost the state.
That's a better idea.
I presume drowned. And then
the last episode.
And if they don't renew them for another season, they'll just go like this. No, they found the body. She fucking drowned. And they say drowned herself.
I just hope they entourage it and the whole season just revolves around like, hey, they found the body. Oh no, they lost the body. And that's every episode.
First of all, that's every episode of every TV show now. Everybody's entourage. It's like the first episode of Vinyl, we're supposed to worry about this guy we never saw before gets busted for murder. Good. Let him get busted.
Yeah, there was actually even a moment in the first episode, I think it was towards the end, we're like, they're gonna make the record, or like, we got the band, whatever. And I was like, oh my God, they're actually playing into the entourage thing immediately.
Did you hear, bro? We got the record. Way to go, baby, bro.
Yeah.
Oh shit, I just heard. They lost the record. Oh no.
What are we gonna do?
We'll have to find out later. Next episode.
Led Zeppelin's out.
Yeah, that's what happened. Zeppelin. Yeah. We got Zeppelin, bro.
Yeah.
Did you hear? We lost Zeppelin.
Jump on him, say anything? No. He just stood in the corner.
None of those guys all look like rock stars from a distance, but the second they get up close, they don't, you're
right.
Like, why are we doing this? Here's Eric in Mass. Eric.
Hey, I just want to say, first time, long time. Hi, Bennington.
Hey, buddy.
Hi.
And was Kimmy Gibbler one of those girls that you wanted to be nice to when you were younger and she was the ugly duckling because she might have hatched into something prettier as we got older, or no?
Well, I never looked at children that way, so I can't help you with that. And I never had a 15-year slow plan anywhere. Like, maybe in another 15 she'll look great. I think she looks pretty much the same, right?
Yeah, she looks exactly the same. You're just changing that early 90s hair that was so great.
Yeah,
where there was like the leftover 80s was still, you haven't shook the 80s out of your hair yet.
That's funny. That's funny too, because when everyone always goes 70s or 80s, they forget that the first 3 years is a lot like the last decade. You know?
Yeah.
So it hasn't that different. It's like if you got in some kind of time machine and went to 72, 73, you'd go like this. I'm in the 60s. The same way it is in 82. It's the 70s. Everyone has mustaches. A lot of times people can't even figure out what the decade was until years later. Like, is there a look from the 2000s?
I think it's baggy pants and like just tall tees, oversized shirts. That's what I think of when I think of the 2000s.
See a lot of baggy pants today, though.
Yeah, it also began in the 90s.
That's true.
Nothing has lasted longer than poopy pants. You know, dudes wearing just their boxer shorts, and then for some reason, the belt starts all the way down at the end of the boxer shorts.
Yeah, I'm fine with if that's the style you want to go with. I just feel like it doesn't look like you can move very well. And you can't take big strides.
I like when you go back to the 90s, you have the grunge look, but then also at the same time of guys wearing those big shouldered future looking suits. Like you'll ever see like the Dennis Miller show. And you're like, is Dennis wearing an upside down triangle as a jacket? And that was the suit look at the time. where if you just took your wingspan right now and put your hands out as far as it, that's where the shoulders on any jacket went to.
Makes you look real big.
Yeah.
Your head very tiny.
Yes.
Tiny heads were so in then.
Everyone looks like they had the smallest little head. Everyone finally caught up with the talking head suit.
Yes.
You know?
Ross is my favorite because he has the tiniest head.
The Friends look. Yeah, there's a bunch of Seinfelds with that kind of coat. Literally, most people would look that way except for your pictures aren't on the internet. But you're like, what was with Dennis Miller? I don't know, dressed like everyone else?
Now, the interesting thing with the Seinfeld looks, all the guys always look very outdated. But I still, whenever I watch Seinfeld, I still think Elaine looks great. Like she always like long, like maxi skirt, kind of flowy with...
Elaine and Kramer both kind of dressed retro. You know what I mean? They kind of dressed 1930s.
And then she would always rock like a saddle shoe was her thing.
She was sexy as shit.
She is so sexy. She's sexy then, sexy now. She's the best.
It's true. Elaine's sexy and so is Veep.
Yeah.
It's up to you, but look at her in that little saddle show. I don't know why that works so well.
I don't know, but that is her definitive look.
And then Kramer invented hipster doofus.
Right.
That became his signature look. Look who it is. It's Hard Rack Janny.
Hey, Janny.
Janny.
Bennington minus Chris. What's happening?
Janny.
Yeah. I just was going to talk about that poor Ben Carson last night.
You do a lot, man.
Well, at one point, everyone's arguing. He tried to say 3 times, my name's Ben Carson and I'm running for president. Like, if you listen, you hear it in the background. It's like, my name's Ben Carson. Like, and then he said, I wish someone would attack me because I can't talk. The poor guy just sat there like, I don't even know. I felt so bad for him. Like, I just like, oh, poor little Ben. Look at him. He can't even get a word in because no one cares.
Well, none of it has to do with anything, though. You know what I mean? There was nothing about that night that I imagine is going to change anyone's mind. You're not going to sit there and go, I was a Trump man until I heard him get called a dick. And now I'm out.
You know, I didn't think of it that way before.
But he is quite the dick. I mean, if you didn't figure out on your own that he was a dick, you're not going to figure out that he's a dick.
Yeah. And it's also coming from someone, especially Rubio, acting like, you know, he took this thing of he says the same stuff over and over. I think it's a little too soon for Rubio to be bringing up that point after he shit the bed 2 debates ago and just went in robot mode.
Yeah, and it's not like, I mean, if he got better at anything, you're better at maybe debating, but not exactly leading. Debating just has nothing to do with the job, and it never has. I was like, oh, that time that Reagan said, there you go again, it changed everything. And you're like, what kind of moron would be changed by someone going, there you go again? How is that? And you're like, fuck, this guy would make a great president. He had been governor for California for 8 years. Why don't you go back and look at that? And if you like it, vote for him. If you don't like it, don't vote for him. But a quip is the reason that you voted for him?
Oh, this guy is good.
And then he said it again in 84. There you go again. And the Mondale was ready. No, there you go again, sir. I'm not even making this up. And that made fucking headlines the following day.
He had that jerk store line all lined up.
It really was. I'm glad we're not getting too far away from Seinfeld references. I want to really stay in that neighborhood as much as we can today.
Because Chris never lets us talk about Seinfeld.
No.
So it's just great to have this opportunity.
Here's the thing. I thought the Stengels were going to be here, and maybe so did Chris.
Really? You think that's the confusion?
Well, you know, he's a little jealous about my relationship with the Stengels.
I know. I can't. Whenever you talk with them, I see that look in his eye.
Well, that's his fault. All right, what time are you going to start worrying about him for work?
I'm going to start worrying at 8, 8:10.
8:10.
It was originally 8. It was originally 8, and then I feel like that's too close.
But I'm telling you now, if his alarm doesn't go off and he sleeps the way his body wants to, it's going to be 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon.
Oh no!
Oh no! I'm gonna worry about him. I'm gonna worry about him at 8:11. So that way, for 1 minute, I'm just gonna be trying to talk down Gail.
You know what we can do though? 8:11 could be our 9:11.
Oh no!
Now, does anyone even know where he lives?
Story of Queens.
All I know is that he lives 2 blocks from Joe List.
Get all the Joe List
right.
and have him check all the homes in a 2 block. If you're just tuning in right now, and thank God if you are, our own Chris Stanley is a no-show today.
I can't believe it. No call, no show.
Yeah.
The worst kind of no show.
Now, we know that he's not drinking or pilling because he took it off for Lent. It really takes us down to sleep apnea and nothing else.
Oh, no.
I mean, if anything was to go wrong, it's simply sleep apnea.
Oh, no.
That'll be it.
Oh, God.
Hopefully, he'll wake up, start scoping, and I'll hear an alarm go off.
Shit, I'm late. 429 your scope, bro.
Hit that share broadcast button.
Here's the weird thing about Chris. He normally worries about everyone else. Like when I'm running late and I come up, he's at the end of the hall, peeking around the hall like a child. And then when he sees me, he runs back down. And then yesterday I was watching Peter Frampton, and it's Frampton doing Frampton Comes Alive acoustic. This is a ridiculous cool thing to hear. And I'm just like, Frampton singing, lines on my face. And I just hear this, 2 minutes, boss. Right in my fucking ear. 2 minutes, boss. Yes, Chris, I know. And you just ruined the song for me.
Now all I'm going to think about is this.
Even when we come back from break, and I know this sounds like a wake for Chris Stanley now, but he counts down constantly as we're waiting. 25 seconds. 20 seconds. Dude, we're all fucking here. There's nothing to happen. I know. When the music stops, I start talking. I'm not blind somewhere.
Now, what if he comes in and we're all just waiting down the hall?
We should do that. We should just be looking around the corner like the Breakfast Club.
We wouldn't start the show without you.
Chris, it's just been dead air for the last 2 hours. All right, Johnny.
Bennington, I really hope this turns out okay for Chris at the end.
Well, why don't you go check on him?
I could take a ride out. I just got to figure out where in Queens. Big city.
I don't know how to end up saying to somebody, though, that the cause of death was sobriety.
We guilted him into sobriety.
This man hasn't had a drink in over... There's no alcohol at all in his blood system.
Not a single trace.
They go around checking with us in different rooms. They take us out. Were you aware that Chris has not had a drug problem? Do you know that he hasn't been drinking alcohol at all? And you allowed that to happen?
Thought it was good.
41 minutes to 8:11.
Oh, God.
God. He also leaves his apartment so vague too, like where he lives. It's like, yeah, it's on the N train, kind of off the 36th stop in Brooklyn and the 36th stop in Queen.
Do you ever notice, like, when he does a scope, he'll turn it off when he gets to his neighborhood?
Yeah.
Like, that's it. I'm out. I don't want anybody to see my home.
He's on the Long Island City border.
Yeah.
Yeah, he says that a lot.
Yeah.
I dropped him off one time, and in no way did he invite me in.
Really?
Yeah, he was just like, this is good, down the block. And I saw his building. I was expecting his building to be a fucking slum, but it was a nice building.
Now, was it like a situation like leave me down the block because I don't want people to see my...
Yeah, he doesn't want
my
anybody
dad dropping me off?
Yeah. Is your dad with you, Chris? Thanks for making me feel good about myself, Gail. Here's Brian in Charlotte. What's up, Brian?
First of all, on a very special Bennington, we're going to find out if Chris Stanley was lost at sea, apparently.
Yeah, lost at sea. His plane went down over the Sea of Japan. There were no survivors.
For a good word. I wanted to touch back on...
That was the best death scene in the history of TV. It was MASH. They're operating. We just had this nice, friendly fucking thing with McLean Stevenson, and then they acted like he died.
Oh, God.
It was fantastic.
Was it heartbreaking?
You know, if you cared enough. I mean, we knew McLean Stevenson was really alive. You're going to let them say you're going to let them say one thing that breaks your heart or makes you happy? His plane went down over the Sea of Japan. He was found seconds later. He's on another better plane.
Oh, good.
Yeah!
Yes!
He's
back on the plane again!
The fictional character's fine! Uh-oh. Fictional character's not so fine.
No!
So, Brian, what can we do for you this morning?
I haven't heard anybody else overtly say that they thought that Julia Louis-Dreyfus was sexy, and I completely agree with you. And being too cheap to have HBO, we have just recently started to catch up on Veep, and that show is friggin' phenomenal.
It is the most vicious fucking show.
Yeah.
They were all basically acting like Veep characters last night in that debate, because everybody on Veep is just terrible, awful person.
Yeah. They are vicious, and they curse a lot more than you would think that politicians do.
And they all have the same exact pattern. Like, everybody's timing is the exact same. Right. So it doesn't matter. You could do a thing of, here's an insult, guess which character it came from, and you never would be able to do that. Because they all say the same vicious, terrible things.
It's like a roast battle, but worse.
Now roast battle has replaced roast. No one even says roast anymore. Roast battle. It's a smaller roast.
Wasn't the roast competitive enough?
Yeah, well, this is actually a less competitive roast. Instead of having 11 people, you have 2.
Right.
So you're like, this is like a roast, but on a budget. Bum, 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 bum. Hey, Tony, what's up, buddy?
Bennington.
Yeah.
What's going on, sugar? Hey, I wanted to point out that my favorite thing that has ever happened in politics happened last night. Donald Trump pointed to his left and right and said, "This man is a liar, and this man is a joke artist." How brutal is that?
It was
just somebody right in the face that you're a liar, and this guy's a joke.
And then it happened so quickly into it. Like, that was basically the opening lines of them just throttling each other.
Yeah, and then it just, by the time it got to all 3 of them were talking over each other, and they're just putting the boots to Trump together. There was this great moment, I can't remember what it was that he called Cruz, but Cruz started to do this very insulting thing where he's just like, relax, Trump, like, relax, Donald, just calm down. And then he said something, and I wish I could remember, he called him like a psychopath or something like really intense.
Yeah. He called him what was it, a religious nutcase or something like that?
Like maybe a basket case or something like that. It was so funny.
I wish I could have been there earlier when Mickey Romney was trying to get Rubio to let him manage. You know, he just pulls out these old yellow newspapers. It is. I could have went a long way, Rocket. This guy Obama had a nail in his gloves. Where's my locker, Mitt? I don't have a locker. What you got over there, dude? People coming in to help? Well.
Oh, my God.
Chris Stanley, the man we gave up for dead. Chris?
Yeah, Ron.
Please take a look at the clock and tell everybody what time it is.
It's 7:34.
So you're saying there's nothing wrong with my watch then, Chris? Is that what you're saying?
There's nothing wrong with your watch, Ron.
Okay, good.
Oh my God.
Now you don't even text anybody, you don't call all these people. Gail was sure you were dead.
I'm well. I'm alive and well, Gail. Don't worry about me.
By the way, we had a little vote here, and what do you think was the number one cause of death for you?
I'm going to think, because it came up like suicide, I'm going to guess.
Oh, my God. It's so much darker.
By the way, that was my second guess. But what you lost to, what killed you was sleep apnea. We can tell you can't even breathe when you're awake.
It's cough skate.
Oh, God.
Getting worse.
But you've had a cough since November.
It's fine. It's smoker's cough.
Yeah.
It's not fine.
There's another name for that, Chris. Begins with C.
No!
Ends with answer.
Fuck! Yeah, I didn't text anyone because I guess my phone died or something in the middle of the night. So then I woke up and I didn't even know what time it was.
So you use your phone to wake you up?
Yeah, it's my alarm clock.
It's everything. So when that goes out,
to me.
It's all I have, Ron.
So when that goes bad,
Then
your life
off the
comes
fucking
apart.
rails.
Yeah.
I mean, you think I'm normal.
By the way, we haven't seen the Army jacket in a long time.
It's the first thing I found. I slept. I don't even know what the fuck I'm wearing.
Yes,
I'm dressing all gray for some fucking reason.
Honestly,
I feel crazy.
Honestly,
You look like a custodian.
you're dressed better than you are most days.
Oh, shit.
Kiss my ass, Joe.
No, why you yelling, kiss my ass? This kid took over. He was chilled. We've had the best opening to a show we've ever had before, and it's making us rethink everything.
Well, I'm proud of Joe.
Wally Pips, Joe's talking.
No!
Anyways, you notice Chris's shirt looks so dumb.
Oh,
Yeah.
man. I didn't notice
Right
it before.
again, Joey. Talk on the street. It's not about Chris Stanley. There's a new Joe in town.
Hey guys, I just bought these blue blockers.
Those are mine.
Now, Chris, you remember last night I texted you, I have this weird paranoia that I'm not going to wake up to my alarm. Why is it that I have a premonition when something is happening to you?
It's your fault, Gail.
Here's what would have
It's
even
my
been.
fault. I'm tapping into this something. I don't know.
This would have been even better is that if you depended on him so that you both were late today. It was just me and Joe sitting in here. You don't think those two ran off to Mexico, do you?
I do.
I actually do.
I think one of them is pregnant and they went to Mexico. Chris's looks like he's been showing. You are one fuck up, Stanley.
Oh, this is a great one. I can't believe this fucking happened.
All right, I got a text from Don Wiki Wicklin.
Oh, what's
that
that?
simply says, and that's strike three.
Oh, no, come on.
Oh, I don't even know what it has to do with you.
Oh, good.
I don't know why he
Good.
said it, but he just said, and that's strike three.
Something probably totally unrelated.
You have a meeting after the show today in the HR office.
Oh, come on.
You need to speak to Janet.
Who's Janet?
Exactly. And she needs you to bring your key cards.
What is it, get like a new laminate or something?
Yeah, you're probably getting probably that long raise you've been hoping
Just bring
for.
your coat with you.
They're probably going to change your offices, so put your lamp in a little box and carry it along with your plant.
That's a little odd, but I will do it.
Well, I have never brought anything to any job I ever worked at because I hate the look. And I only see it on TV of someone leaving with a little box.
Yeah.
Okay, this is my last day, everybody.
Maybe those are just a care package you get when you're fired. Here, take this lamp and this little plant.
That actually would be great then. Put it all in this box.
This is your severance package.
Yeah. Well, it's been great working here for 30 years. I've got everything in the box. You ever see, like, even in a fucking TV show, somebody is moving, and the last scene is them just sitting in an empty house with that kind of a box. Yeah. You're like, why didn't the fucking movers take that box? Why would they leave one box for you to get? Look, we're completely filled. Can't put this little box anywhere. So it's in the living room.
You know what always bothers me about that is how in a moving out scene in a movie or TV show, it's very well swept. That part alone takes forever when you're moving out. You're
not
like,
an embarrassing amount of dust in fucking places that you haven't gotten to in years.
just like a couch-shaped like dust pattern. Oh, I got to get to that.
I'll let the new guys handle that.
Just dead rodents laying there. That's probably where all that stink came
Well, it's
from.
a great house. It's just like disgusting. Made a lot of memories here.
Yeah.
And dust.
That's it. Memories and dust. Well, Stanley, so what time did you wake up?
I woke up at like 7:10 or 7:08, something like that, because I remember looking at like my computer and I looked at like, no! And then it's like, I fucking freaked the fuck out. Just grabbed clothes off the floor, was just like, wearing this fucking outfit.
They weren't yours. You grabbed some high heels and a fucking tight wraparound skirt.
But what's with the smeared lipstick?
What's that supposed to mean?
All right. He's saying you're transgender.
Not transitioning. And then, so I woke up, I freaked the fuck out, ran down the block to the train. I was just fucking like a crazy person pacing up and down the platform waiting for it to come. And then I got out of the train, ran out of the train, ran down to Sirius. I didn't even swipe my card. I just pushed my way through the fucking.
Why? Why is that part is a hurry? We're either
You
on
only
the
call
air-
yourself 0.3 seconds.
Well, know this. This is a good thing. You bring absolutely nothing positive or negative to the show. We figured that out this morning. There's nothing about you.
Much like your gray shirt.
Oh, shit. Joey's so great.
Fuck you, little kid shirt.
Oh, snap.
Dude, Joey's working out so good in this room that this might stay the permanent setup.
I'm in the booth now, in the box.
There's something really relaxing in here.
I know.
Good vibes just flowing.
And not so farty and burpy.
Yeah.
You know?
Toothpicky.
Oh, God, those toothpicks.
I've noticed lately you've been sick of Chris. For a while, you were enamored with him, but lately...
No, he disgusts me. I swear to God, it was those toothpicks that really
She'll just
turned
be like this. You hear him sucking and smacking his lips? And I'm like, he was always that way. You used to find it great. It's like the beginning of a breakup where something that someone has always done suddenly now infuriates you.
And I'll say that mid-meeting in front of everyone. I have to get up because Chris is making really weird noises.
I'm sorry, Don. I couldn't hear over the lip smacking. What were you saying?
Didn't realize it was so loud.
Oh, it's
Chris
fucking
is eating
hideous.
another inanimate object.
Well, Chris, one of the things that we were talking about is Fuller House is not getting the reviews we were hoping for.
No, it's not.
No. It's actually, I guess it went on last night, right?
Yeah, 12:01, they released, I believe they released all the episodes on Netflix. So if one was so excited, you probably made your way through all of them. But
This is what AV Club, and this is the stealing line. Netflix's Fuller House is like a porn parody without the porn. Which I plan on saying about everything now. That Super Bowl was like a porn parody without the porn.
Well, yeah, but that aspect of porn can be entertaining too. I'm just wondering, is it so bad that you'll have fun with it? Or is it just going to be uncomfortable?
Now, have they changed the theme song?
Well, they're using the same song, but they've put a modern spin on it.
Right.
And they have Carly Rae Jepsen covering the classic Everywhere You Look.
All right, let me hear a little bit of it. So the only thing that she changed about it was she masturbated while she sang. A little sexier version. This is great. I think we all agree that the Full House fucking is a great theme song.
It's a great theme song.
But I would make the case for this. You could replace that. You could take that theme song and put it in front of any other family sitcom, and no one would know the difference.
Yeah.
It would work perfectly.
This doesn't suit this family.
It suits every family ever.
Now, my biggest problem, because I love that song.
Yeah.
It just reminds me of childhood. But my biggest problem is that Carly Rae Jepsen doesn't go for it in the end, and she doesn't do the dooba-doo-ba-doo-ba-ba.
Oh, she doesn't.
She doesn't.
That's a huge
You've
mistake.
got to commit.
Yeah.
You're missing that that Scatman ending.
All right, let's take a listen.
No.
Yeah, that's a mistake. Boom. But here's my belief. They did do it, decided to pull it.
She's just like, this is embarrassing.
Where do you think that song ranks all-time theme songs?
It's got to be up there. I mean, maybe for me, it feels like I would put that in top 5. For
really?
Sure.
That high?
But I would say that theme song... for me, I think it outshines the actual show itself. Like
I would say that's true of every sitcom, though. The theme song is way better than the show.
Right. But I think that my favorite, where I feel like I love the theme song, but I would watch it up to the point of the theme song and then turn off the show, is the Family Matters. Do you remember that one?
Family Matters. And we'll take a listen to it.
You can't not sing along to that song.
Okay. Ready to rock it.
It's a rare condition this day and age to read any good news
on the newspaper page.
Love and tradition of the grand design. Some people say it's even harder to find.
Just like how they all look at the camera, too.
Yeah.
Like,
some magic clue inside these gentle walls. 'Cause all I see is a tower of dreams. Real love bursting out of every scene. It's the bigger love of the family.
Love the piano.
and then quickly turn the channel before you see Urkel.
Especially old Urkel. Hi, everyone. I'm a nerd. Yeah, we know now, dude.
He's gotten more awkward.
Yeah. We all was hoping he'd grow into some coolness, but no. See, I would make the case for this, though. There are certain theme songs that are so good, they go to number one. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
They hit the pop charts on their own. And then the other premise that's always great is I like a theme song that tells the entire backstory through a song.
Me too.
Like the Brady Bunch does that, right? The
Brady Bunch actually starts with, here's a story. You know, like a fictional show is starting. Who would say, here's the story? But that is beloved for the fact that you could come in at season 4 and you're like, oh, I got it. She had 3 boys. She had 3 girls, he had 3 boys. Okay. So they all live together in a bunch now.
Luckily, I'm able to jump right into this. I was worried if I missed a couple episodes, I wouldn't catch up.
They didn't sing who had the maid first, so I'm going to assume that was him.
That's a new hire.
Yeah. So I like that angle, but then I also like the angle of the Friends show, which really has nothing to do with Friends, and the thing went off and was like a hit on its own.
Yeah. That song, I think, did chart, right? I mean,
yeah,
it actually did.
It charted big. But I had those guys come in and do a gig that I was doing, right? So we had this big, open concert for everybody to come in and see the radio show. So the band had another hit, and they go like this: do us a favor and don't bring up the Friends song. And this was like literally while Friends was still big and like a year or 2 after it charted.
What?
And they're like, yeah, let's just push the one song and don't bring up anything about fucking Friends. That shit's nerdy, right?
Come on, Rembrandts.
Rembrandts did not want to fucking make a deal off of Friends.
Now, if you replace that with the Family Matters intro, it could still work.
Yeah. Here's what I like about the Friends opening, too. Like, yeah, there's scenes, but the rest of it is just young people dancing around knowing they're going to be rich. Like, this show's ahead. We can buy lots of things.
They're just going to fill that fountain with money.
But you can see how happy they are to be young and attractive and have a hit show. And they leave that in every fucking episode.
This is the greatest times of our lives.
We are above the law.
I don't remember season 3 through 6.
Yeah, poor Matt.
Don't attack him, Joe.
Who said that? A stranger?
Huh.
You know, when did you come in at the probably second or third season of the show?
Yep, I didn't jump in right away.
Brian Raleigh.
You know, I always thought the WKRP theme song was a little bit better than the show. It's a good show, but that song is great. And not only that, the ending song is great, too. You can't tell what the guy's saying, but it just smokes. It's great.
Now, I even wonder the WKRP song, which I also like any song at all in the world that ends with the title. You know what I mean? That's a great thing. But the gimmick of this, it was the only show that made being a DJ something less than a pathetic life. You know, that he's a veteran DJ just going from town to town, basically saying I never had the ratings to stay anywhere. And I was wondering if this is like to an old girlfriend from high school. Now, the only thing that would have been better is if fucking Denny would have sang this song.
Oh my God. I would love to hear that. You know he'd nail it.
Yeah. All right, another theme song. Give us one. Who's got one, Chris?
I'm gonna say the Cheers theme.
You think the Cheers theme is better than the show, though?
I remember more about the theme song than any single episode of Cheers.
Fucking show was great.
I'm going to say they're equally as great. Like,
Yeah.
it's a great theme song, but I think that it suits the show.
Yeah, I would agree there, too. Angelo in Tampa. Angelo.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey, what's up?
I heard somewhere back in the day where Kenny Loggins actually sang both songs, Family Matters and Full House. He didn't want to own up to it.
I don't believe it. I think that's an
man.
urban myth because that man would have said, yes, I sang anything. And he'd do it. Like, he even does the meatball things in concert and people go fucking crazy. Like, people wait. He came here and performed a few years ago. And it was like, man, you think he'll do the thing from fucking Meatballs? And then people are like, I don't think so. And then all of a sudden he went, I'm all right. And the place started going fucking crazy. Do it. Here's Matt in Philly. Matt.
Hey, I just wanted to say Mike Post, who wrote all the theme songs for those shows in the 80s, was a total hack. If you guys listen to Simon and Simon's theme song, and then you listen to Riptide's theme song, he sold the exact same song twice.
So he was like the first guy to like drop the singing, right? And just give us a synthesizer vibe. What was his first? Was it like Rockford Files? Was that his thing? Because he kind of became the John Williams of TV themes for a while, and he did most of them. All right, let's take a listen to this, Joe. Now, that just kind of sounds like TV of a certain era.
Yeah. It's a great sound.
Yeah. And none of the songs that he's ever written lasted longer than credits. They were just all short. And, you know, he could just done it in very, very quickly. Chris in Arkansas.
Hey, it's the Gary Shandling Show theme song.
Again, this is a tough one because the Gary Shandling Show was great.
It was a great show.
But the theme was great because it was a theme song about writing a theme song.
Right.
And that was fucking brilliant.
And it lets you know it's a theme song.
Gary Show, the opening theme to Gary Show. This get me up and ask me if I write a theme.
Perfect.
Here's Patrick in New York.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Hey.
Great American Hero. That was a song that I think actually won charting too, didn't it?
Oh, yeah. That actually went real big. And for Gail, got a callback on a Seinfeld episode as being the theme for George's phone.
Right.
All right. This is the key to this kind of theme song. You don't even have to be paying attention to the lyrics to know this guy's made some pretty good friends.
Yeah, it's
It
just like,
just sounds like a guy with some pretty good friends.
and they have fun too. You know what I mean?
You know what? Sometimes you make a family, you know, with roommates and people across the hall.
I love that, like, solid kind of James Taylor impression. It's very, like, comforting. Like,
Yeah, it is.
this is going to be an enjoyable show for me right now.
Let's go over here. It's theme songs that were better than the show. Derek in Westchester.
What's up, Bennington?
Yeah.
I'm surprised nobody's said this one yet, but Duke to Hazard, without a doubt.
Well, the thing is, you could have taken a cat, beat it on piano strings, and have been better than the show. But this is a theme that everyone liked. Even they said black people. And another time that the narrator was the best actor in the entire thing. Well, them old Duke boys were off in another dull and quite unbelievable adventure. There's no way in hell anyone could have walked out of that wreck. Those guys would have been doing at least 90 years. And never did anything more than a night. Mike in Alabama.
Yeah, I was going to say the Golden Girls.
Now, here's the thing about the Golden Girls theme. I think that song was around before the Golden Girls.
Was it?
Yeah, I don't think, and maybe we could have somebody wiki this up, but I think that song was a couple of years old.
Now, here's what I'm gonna
Because you see, it has nothing to do with the Golden Girls.
Right, it doesn't. But I'm gonna respectfully disagree because I think it's a great song and I think it's a great show. I love the Golden Girls. I will, if the Golden Girls is on, I will always keep it on.
I'm going to kind of be honest here. I'm not sure if I've ever seen the Golden Girls, and I hate it.
Really?
Yeah.
You will love
I
it.
hate Betty White.
Screw those 4 old bags. 1978 was when that song came out.
And when did the Golden Girls come out?
85.
Boom!
Bingo! Thank you for being a friend.
Yeah. Boom. Andrew Gold. Now go to Andrew Gold and get the real version. Because quite frankly, it's better.
Planet Confidant.
You can play the one while we're doing it. Chris, you got the real version? All right, let's take a listen. If the Bennington show had a theme song, right, it would show us all smiling, and then Chris Stanley passed out in bed with his boot backwards on his foot.
Saran wrap to a tree.
Dude, you know you're not getting paid full show prices today. You can't come in late.
You
and
get
full-
paid when you clock in.
Yeah.
And you know what? Your card that you decided not to scan, that's how we gauge it.
Oh, shit.
So you're
Yeah.
still not getting paid.
That is true.
I'll have to go for downstairs.
What about the Bored to Death theme? It was a great show, but also a great theme.
Yeah, that was a good song.
I remember our friend. All right, let's take a listen.
He does it Frasier style.
Yeah.
You sing your own song.
You Frasier that shit up a little bit. Now, oddly, I always thought one of the worst ever is everyone's favorite show, Seinfeld. I've always hated that weird, stupid, jazzy thing that you can't even sing along with or don't feel good when it comes on.
Yeah, it's not a comforting sound. Like, why did they go with that?
I don't know.
It's very weird.
And that sound was popular at no time in our nation's history. Now, I got one for you. This is also a 70s thing. And I believe this fits all the kind of cool stuff. It was a hit song. It went to number 1. It was sung by the lead character, but not only that, and I think this is the best thing of all for a theme song, the show was canceled really quick, but the song was still a hit. And you guys got an answer for this.
Oh my God, I have no idea what this is. So the lead character is singing the theme?
I'm gonna give you a little hint about this. Saturday Night Fever was such a big hit that they did this show about a guy who went to the disco all the time, but he still had hopes and dreams. It was so much of a ripoff that they put John Travolta's sister in the show. Still couldn't make a hit out of it. And it's a very and the song became danceable and a number one hit in discos. A little tune called "Making It."
Making It,
which was reused later in a little movie called Meatballs.
Yeah, I don't even think I've ever seen an episode. There was only one season.
It's a phenomenal. I don't even think it lasted a season. All right, go back a little bit because I want everybody to see this. Just as the actors come in, I'll tell you when to stop. That's American Werewolf in London. Now, stop it there. This guy, go back so we can see him. He was the sex symbol of the show and later went on to be like a really kind of ugly older gangster in Sopranos.
Oh my God, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I just like the idea that that's the sex symbol.
He was the sex symbol. That's how ethnic the 70s were. The 70s were the most ethnic time where like a big Jew or Italian guy was considered attractive.
You know what? Now that I'm looking at his face, I totally know who he is on The Sopranos. Like I can remember
It's
his
Johnny
face.
something.
Yeah.
By the way, wouldn't this have been fun if the Stengels would have came in for this?
I know. They'd be like so much
And they
fun.
promised me that they would be here today.
And they would have been on time.
You know why?
Unbelievable.
Because I am not a sexy piano player from New Orleans who's going to set the world on fire with a brand new variety show. I'd like to say this. If Harry Connick Jr. was here right now, they'd both be sitting there.
Yeah. They'd be here with bells on.
Really?
Covered in bells.
That's the...
Wow.
I would have to say, look, dude, this is a radio show. And we
I'm just so
bells
excited.
are
Enough with the
fucking
bells.
us up. To be totally honest. Here's Rob. Rob, what's up?
How about, speaking of the 70s, great topic, by the way. I love
Yes,
this level of
it is.
TV shows. Hey, how about, remember Jack Albertson, Freddie Prinze Jr., Chico and the Man? What about that one? That was pretty cool, huh?
Well, everybody loved that show. And, you know, the reason why it never got big in reruns is once the lead character that you love shoots himself in the brain, you kind of don't want to go back and laugh at that show.
Two.
Now, they went and got the only Hispanic superstar at the time to sing along. Yeah, Gail, when Gail was a little girl, she would cry when she heard the Lassie song anytime.
Yeah, I don't know what it was. It was very...
And I'm not even sure if you ever even watched the Lassie episode.
No, I couldn't make it through because the
theme song.
The theme song messed me up so much. There was something about it.
We would run and get it. Set it up for the show. I don't know why you don't have Vito in his spot.
Yeah. Let's get Vito in here.
Oh, God. Why did this make you so sad?
I don't know. Wait.
Starring June Lockhart,
Oh, God.
Hugh Riley, John Provost as Timmy, and, of course, Lassie.
Oh, God, Lassie.
Starring June Lockhart and then her big stiff tits. It always looks like she came in with just concrete tits. Lassie, where are you? These tits are getting so heavy.
Those torpedo bras, I think, were just
Was that
had to
it?
be a nightmare.
Let's go to Derek. Derek in Boston. What's up, buddy?
How about Silver Spoons? Classic song. Awful show.
Was the show about dudes doing coke? I just always had the feeling that would have been a better theme for it.
Yeah, no.
What do you mean?
Why are the spoons face to face?
That's not how you spoon.
That is really strange.
Now, this was also a thing where a movie came out and was popular, and they tried to make a show about it. This is basically supposed to be Arthur, except for instead of being drunk, he has a little blonde child. But he never grew up. He's a baby, even down to the train set. No.
So that came out, and then... Oh.
I didn't realize the mic was on.
Oh, that was disgusting.
And now you're in a dirty T-shirt and you're burping.
I mean, he burped so loud.
Dude.
That was so
You know what?
disgusting.
Chris.
Yeah, Ron.
That's it. He dove to turn his mic off afterwards, like, oh shit. Like, it already happened, dude.
Why aren't you making a long weekend? You know what I mean? Like, you had to have drank last night.
I swear to God, I didn't.
You're burping. You're in a dirty fucking T-shirt.
I swear to God, I didn't
Because
drink.
the clothes that were on aren't yours. So you peeled everything off.
Oh my God.
Hey, by the way, for real, on a fucking thing of 1 to 10, how much were you honestly worried that maybe he was dead?
I would say a good solid 7.5.
What about you?
Normally it'd be lower, but I actually had a dream last night where a family member died. And so I was like, oh shit, what if, that was Chris coming into my dream because something happened to him.
Right.
And so I would put myself at 5.
What about you, Vito?
I got out of the shower today and I literally thought to myself, is Chris gonna get in today? Because he's been sleeping late.
Yeah.
So I was in a 5 too.
So a 5 that maybe he was dead though?
I was literally I don't know what's gonna happen to this guy when he goes to sleep anymore.
The last time I had told Gail, stop worrying, and then you were in the hospital. So I was at a 10, but not acting like it at all.
Really?
Just like, hey, I'm just going to act like everything okay, but I know he's dead. I know he died. And you are way too young for us to worry. Like when you call your grandfather and there's no answer, you're like, I hope he didn't die. But you're in your 30s. We should not be saying, Chris isn't here. Do you think he's dead?
Look, it was just one hospital stay that one time, and this time my phone died.
Yeah, but you learn nothing from these things.
And I didn't drink. My phone died. Slipped the alarm.
But even you thought suicide came up. And then I was literally thinking, yesterday I said to Chris, do you have anything to live for? And we all had a laugh, but then we both stopped and looked at each other like, oh, fuck, that's too close to the bone. Because he doesn't. You have no reason to be alive.
Dead man walking, really.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I got this. Just a little sleep problems. Everything else will be fine.
Oh, my goodness.
Sean in Virginia.
Good morning, Ronnie B.
Yeah.
I got one for you. As far as I know, the only theme from the 70s sung by a member of the Rat Pack, definitely better than the show.
I know what you're going for, Bretta, except for I happen to think Bretta is an amazing show. And that's the name of that tune. Here's what I like about this song. It seems like Jim Carrey funny song, except for they were serious. And like O.J. Simpson, this man got away with murder. And unlike O.J., he managed to stay out.
Really?
Yeah, it's been fine. Which proves you can murder someone and still not be a threat to society.
Yeah. Sometimes you're just angry at one particular person.
Right.
And once they're gone, everything else is fine.
This actually sounds like a PSA we were doing.
Problem solved.
Here's Vinny in the Bronx.
Bennington, good morning.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, welcome back, Carter. The theme song for that was a hit.
Well, it was a #1 hit. A member of the Loving Spoonful did this song, and it also kind of sums up, like, oh, I get it now. He's back. Carter came back. I believe this is the only theme song ever by somebody who performed at Woodstock, which, nice.
That's solid.
Yeah, it's nice.
That's a nice get for your show.
And it's always good to sing like Randy Newman if you want to have a hit theme song. 'Cause we need him a lot, 'cause we got him on the spot. Welcome back. Randy's at his house going, what the fuck?
God.
That's my fucking sound. Pat, let me try again. Hey, Pat, what's up, buddy? What do you got?
Hey, what's going on? Say, my song is one that I grew up with every single day, one that maybe Stanley could have used this morning. How about Saved by the Bell?
Saved by the Bell theme that everyone absolutely adores and needs.
It's the best.
All right, let me say this. This song, it does sound like Huey Lewis was popular, but it doesn't seem like the show at all, does it?
No,
it's a much more aggressive, fast-paced song than the show.
Yeah, and even the opening credits with that like kind of just Trapper Keeper logos and stuff like just flying by. But yeah, I think this is a case of the song is probably more fun. Like you have more fun singing the theme, and then the show comes on, you're like, oh yeah.
Oh yeah, but the show has the same pacing as Silver Spoons. They really needed a Silver Spoons type song there.
And one of the characters could literally stop time. The pacing can't go slower than that, literally.
Here's our old buddy Cigars and Scotch.
Hey guys, yeah, mine. I'm going to go with Flipper. It's like a nice, happy, upbeat show, and it stars a fish. So every episode takes place from the waterline.
Well, thank you very much for showing your age. And second, I do agree with you. This is a fantastic song. Now, there's the young boy stars of that, and I don't even think that would be a TV show today. Because they're so shirtless that the show could be called. And they're twinks, and their father's too busy. It really looks uncomfortable to see their tiny boy nipples.
Yeah, it is kind of strange to base his show entirely on a dolphin and then half-naked children.
And I believe that was an Everglades show after that, because that was a hit. They did another Everglades show, Gentle Ben, about a bear.
Right.
For some reason, this big bear from the Northwest living in the Everglades, and the bear would stop crimes literally every week.
What a good bear.
He would maul people that were starting.
Sounds violent.
Yeah, I guess now, but you have to remember Vietnam was going on at the time.
Right.
So America was used to some pretty gruesome things.
Where was animal control? What the fuck?
I don't even know if they had it yet. Back then, you could like hit a bear with a stick and nobody would arrest you for it. It was the second show about undersea crimes. Flipper solved a lot of crimes too, but Sea Hunt was the first.
Please don't call me that.
Yeah, and the thing there that he would constantly be solving crimes underwater, and every week somebody would get their air hose sliced because there would be an underwater fight. And, you didn't have any guns down there.
Slice the air hole.
So you slice the air hole. Now let's listen to that theme. A little heavy, right?
Oh, ominous.
Yeah. And it also gave off a Twilight Zone fucking feeling. Lloyd Bridges tied in with Seinfeld again. Very famous. You know what episode?
Yeah, I can't.
Mandelbaum,
Yeah.
Mandelbaum. Oh, you think you're the number one dad? That might be my fucking favorite. I could pick up that TV over there.
Oh, my back.
844 Rock God, 844 Rock God. No sign from the Stengels why they haven't showed up today, right?
They must have slept in too.
Will you give me the break sign or your fingers hurt?
I was going to give you the break sign.
But I'm looking how many I got. All these things. Everybody wants to.
As far as I know, we haven't broken yet today.
Yeah, you're right. I guess we have to break. Fucking showstoppers got here in time and ruined the show. We'll be right back. This is Bennington. Well, that was the Doors there. Wonder why they were singing that. Hey, it's the Bennington Show. A little bit of LA rock now. Not this Saturday, but the next Saturday. We're doing a GPS show Los Angeles.
GPS LA is next Saturday, March 5th, 3 p.m. on Deep Tracks, Channel 27.
Has anyone heard from Justin Stengel? He said he was going to come in and do this show with us today. If anyone could tweet to him, just check in and find out why the Stengel brothers have stood me up once again.
Worried about them now. It's just like...
Terrified.
Do we ever get peace here?
Now, if I had to choose how I thought the Stengel brothers would die, my number one choice would be murdered by Harry Connick Jr.
Oh, wow. Just really had it out for them.
A crime of passion.
You guys call this a sketch? He's just slashing them with a knife. After the show today. By the way, Sunday is the Oscars. This is the least I've ever cared about an Oscar.
Yeah, me too. I'm feeling like there's no buzz about it.
No one cares.
There was like the controversy, but then the movies aren't that exciting to me.
Yeah, I think the black people that aren't watching this are the luckiest people in the country this week. I wish I was black so I didn't have to watch the Oscars. Now, another person is not going to the Oscars, the great singer Anthony, who was nominated for an Oscar for a song, and then they said don't even. He never even got a call, and other people are coming to sing, but not offered. But here's the thing. You know how long I've been a giant Anthony fan, right?
Yeah, adore him.
Is no longer Anthony and is no longer a male. Is transitioning.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Anthony was always on the boundary there, like always somewhere.
But I felt happy with it. I did not know. You know what I mean?
Right. But I've always thought of Anthony in some sort of gray area between the genders, a gender of his own.
Why is it gray and not tan? I like to think of it as a tan.
It's a nice warm glow.
So I feel like I'll turn the sound down during any singing. But I saw maybe last year or the year before and was still Anthony, and then I didn't know until I saw the story. Now, how would you say the name that she's calling herself?
That looks to me like Anne.
Anony?
Anony. It's like Annie, but there's like an extra syllable in there. Ann.
Anoh. Anony.
Anony.
So stayed close.
Yeah.
I hope Anony has not thrown out any of Anthony's songs.
I know. I hope she sings the same.
Yeah.
But I saw she on the street. She now. This was a couple years ago, and Anthony was wearing this kind of almost like a white dress, but it was like almost more like a toga, like a big wrap, and looked so incredible, like angelic, just a light around her. I mean, I was in awe.
Yeah, if this world made sense, I'm going to say Anoe would be looked at the same way Adele is.
Yes, absolutely. One of the most unique, incredible voices.
Amazing.
Do you remember the first time we heard?
No.
Anthony sing was the...
With Lou Reed?
Well, no, like I think it was the Leonard Cohen.
If it be thy will?
Yeah, documentary.
Unbelievable.
And we were sitting there watching the documentary, and we were kind of in conversation at that point because it was kind of just on because we were just listening to the music at that point. And all of a sudden, Anthony comes on and sings If It Be Your Will, and we just went completely silent. Yeah. That song just takes my breath away.
Yeah. Not the shitty way Leonard Cohen sings it. If it be the will. Boo!
I think it's pronounced Anoni.
Anoni,
because it's Italian?
Yeah, I mean, that's just my...
Not knee?
I think it's a nigh.
Why wouldn't it have been on ho knee?
Anony. Show me the name again.
Anony.
Anony.
I'm just going to slur. if I ever get the chance to meet her.
But the only problem with it
Anthony.
is I just enjoyed saying Anthony so much
I know,
because
I hate
I felt very English when I said
That's
it.
been taken away from us. So I'm not going to care about anybody singing at the Oscars this year. Not without Anthony.
This should be the last year for the Oscars. I mean, this year is so terrible.
Why? Why would it be the last year?
Yeah.
Because Burpee doesn't like it?
Oh,
There's
God.
other people out there. Why does everyone think if something's just a little fucked up, end it forever? You know? End it forever.
It's just not a good year.
It's a
Chris.
bad year. It's a bad year for movies because all the movies that get made are fanboy movies, and you can't get them Oscars. You can't say, here's excellence. You were fucking Deadpool. You know what I mean? Like, it just, that doesn't make sense. But there aren't many. I don't even, if someone said to me, what was your favorite movie last year, it would probably have to be El Machina or whatever the fuck that thing
Ex
is.
Machina?
Yeah. And that wasn't even such a great movie. But it was just such a bad year for movies.
I think for me it was Hateful Eight was mine. It was the one that I enjoyed the most. Snubs, pretty much. All but like a couple. But not for the best picture or director.
Or
The
writing.
Big ones. The big ones.
Yeah. What about you, Joe? Did you have a best picture last year? Thank you.
Yeah, I guess I saw The Martian, and Hateful Eight I loved, and Ex Machina, but yeah, there wasn't
There's
really no movies.
movie that you said to someone, you've got to fucking see this.
Yeah.
This is a movie I want you to see.
Right.
Are you crazy? You haven't seen it yet? Please, go see it. I want to talk to you about it.
Yeah.
That's the kind of movies you went out.
There's only one person in this room who has that kind of passion about a movie that came out that year, and that's Vito.
Is he going to tell the same fucking story that he always tells?
What's that?
About the Rocky ripoff?
It's Creed. He loves Creed.
Yeah, we know he does. But you got to have other fucking stories. It just can't be Creed every day.
Well, he loves it. He loves it so. But yeah, it was a rough year. It was not a.
And the
not a
front
good
runner,
year.
Blue. The Revenant sucked. It just straight up sucked.
I still didn't see it.
You don't have to. If you saw the trailer, you saw the movie.
I saw Spotlight, and I was hoping that the pedophile fucking priest would get away. You know? I mean, that's how bad of a year it's been. I'm like, run, Father, they're coming. They know the information.
There's no movie I went out of my way to see this year.
No, it's a lousy year for movies. And like, even when it comes to like Leo getting a movie, Oscar, it's because they've owed him for other fucking roles that he should have got it for. You know?
Right.
I always hate that. Like, here is an Oscar, not because you did something good, because you're owed. Like they gave Scorsese the Oscar for The Departed.
It should be called the Our Bad Oscar.
Sorry. Should have done this earlier.
It's like a makeup call in a basketball game when the ref will give a bad foul, and then he's like, well, now I got to give the other team a foul.
I know. That's true. Say it's makeup, everybody. You got nice makeup. What? Would you spill coffee?
No, I didn't spill anything. It's just leaky at the bottom.
Ew.
Shut up.
That's from Burpee over there. Burpee McFucking. That dirty T-shirt is not even his. He put on some other bum's filthy fucking.
It's actually dirty. Like it actually is covered in stains.
By the way, Denny asked me if I wanted to do a thing on Oscar songs, but don't even most Oscar songs stink?
Yeah, I think once in a blue moon there's a good one, but I don't think that they're normally very good.
They blow because they're from kids movies or they're like from some drama that makes you feel bad. That's
right. Or yeah, they're very emotionally manipulative.
Yeah, or they're from
Are you trying to say
007.
My Heart Must Go On is manipulative?
Yeah, a little bit.
To me, that thing was just really good advice. You're frozen and dead, but I'm not. My heart will go on. I see that she's doing a show, Celine Dion, in Vegas, and it wasn't that long after her husband and brother died, like 2 days apart. And then, like, weeks later, whatever, she's back with her show. And the first 10 minutes is going to be about, let me see the title of that. A salute to her dead husband. So play the song that she did. This is how she can hold a note. She just starts crying. She couldn't even finish. And they're cheering. Now, I'm going to say this. I don't think she's ready back for the stage.
Oh, boy. It's so weird because All By Myself was the thing from To Die For.
Yeah, Nicole Kidman. And, by the way, remember when she said that wasn't even in the movie? That they put that in later?
I know. That was that they had the idea of a different song and they ended up doing that. But that moment is so eerie because everyone's looking at her like this is an incredibly inappropriate song because it's about you. It's not about remembering someone else, but more about your own grief. A strange choice.
Here's Brett in Philly. Go ahead, Brett. What's up?
Hey, what's going on? Hey, I know we're talking about songs, but if we go to the scores division of the Oscars,
okay,
Merrick
good.
did the Man with No Name series. He did The Hateful Eight, and it's the first time he's been nominated, and I think it's been like 30 years since he's done anything.
Then I will cheer for him that night.
Yes.
I will, like, if he gets it, I'll be like, yes!
He's like an old dude.
Well, even with this thing, it's not like he's grown as an artist, though.
Going back to the well.
Yeah.
The song was really good. Very eerie.
I wanted to go see it, but I couldn't because Disney had taken the screens over.
Sorry, none left. We're
Sorry.
using that for a Star Wars.
Oh, Star Wars up. Jason in Brooklyn.
Hey, how you doing, Ronnie? How you doing, Bennington?
Hey.
What's up?
We need to have a sit down with the kid Stanley. I think we have to have an intervention. That's another discussion on its own. But
he's a fucking mess.
I know, it's sad to say. He's got to figure out a way to take care of it. It seems like you may have to treat him with not, but you got to beat the shit out of him, straighten him up. Because I think
Here's the deal. He has now allowed this to come into his work time and time again. Now not even showing up for the show.
Oh, God.
I mean, it's like Karen, when Karen threw all the drugs in the toilet. That's all we had, Karen. That's all we had.
That's all we had.
Karen!
It's all our money, Karen.
Oh, Karen. Oh, so one other thing. So I call for another thing is the whole things about the African Americans not being nominated. This is a great thing for them because this year's fucking movies. They can leverage this and say, well, we were nominated because we do great work, and this year's movies suck balls.
Right, that's true.
So it's almost a good thing.
It is. See, here's the thing. They're not being seen at the Oscars. They're not being seen at the presidential race, and they're no longer seen in baseball. Something is happening with our black stars.
Yeah. Where are they going? What are they up to? What is it that we don't know
Where
about?
have all the black stars gone? Hi, I'm Radio's Ron Bennington, and I'm concerned about something. African-American stars. I'm not seeing them on the baseball field. I don't see them in the presidential election. I sure as fuck don't see them at the Oscars. Hey, maybe I'm just shit and piss here, but I'm starting to be concerned.
This is NBC.
Yeah. What's the N stand for, my friend? I don't get it, though. I don't get it. And these Oscars do stink. They say they stink down to the fact that a lot of people said they're just going to come late. And that's bad for Chris Rock because he's going to be up. And they said he'll probably be working to a room that's about 1/3 full. And nobody really wants to get there to run Best Actor and Best Picture. These my seats. Who left their coat on my seats? What are you going to do?
Yeah.
I'll still watch, but I won't like.
Yeah,
we're probably not even going to have a party this year. There's no reason to, right?
No reason to have a party?
Yeah.
I guess, we're missing our buddy who he normally takes care of
You
all
don't
the...
want to do it this year?
Yeah, we could do it.
I know we could do it. I'm just sitting here saying, why bother?
Yeah.
I guess the Stangles didn't even come here today.
I know.
Have we heard anything yet?
Nope. Nothing. Radio silence.
Chris, you can't shake your head and be understood on radio. He does this at me before he starts talking.
No.
I don't even realize I did that.
Well, what did you mop up with that T-shirt that you're wearing today?
I have
crime scene?
No idea. There's a really weird stain on it.
It
I don't
looks
know
like
what.
chocolate milk.
It could have been chocolate milk.
It looks like you shit on yourself again.
It does.
I'm not shitting on myself
Anymore. All by myself. And then she just starts crying. Don't go out there, honey. You're not ready to go back to work.
Take some time.
It was all calculated.
Dude, I never want to fucking think like you, I never want to be as cynical and dark and black-hearted as you are.
Look who's going viral, huh? Miss Celine Dion.
She doesn't need to go viral. She has a fucking house bigger than Connecticut. She doesn't need a goddamn thing. You know what she needs? Her husband back. She would like to see her husband one more time.
I'm sure she'll be dating soon.
That's not.
You know
what,
Chris?
dude? You'd have to be as alone, as antisocial as you. To act like even though your husband passed away, going on a date fucking fixes it.
You're sick, Chris.
Now, Cheryl, we have the plus-size model on Sports Illustrated, title Sports Illustrated Caves gives in to heavyset people. Are you all happy now? Well, Cheryl Tiegs, known as the Tiegsmeister back in the 1970s, bashed it and said she's not healthy. She's like, let's not fucking pretend that this cheese eater is healthy for doing this.
Okay, first of all, that's insane because we all took a look at this plus-size swimsuit model. And this is not even plus size in the real world. This is plus size for a model.
For a model, yeah.
If you saw that girl walking down the street, you would think she was tall. You wouldn't say, ooh, that's one big girl.
Well, let's get a close-up of her. So this story is up on the iBang, by the way, today, the interrobang.com. But let's get the pictures of her up, yeah. She looks, she's got a beautiful girl.
Yeah. But she's got Jane Mansfield vibes where it's just like she's busty, she's got big hips, she's like rounded. But you wouldn't be like, that's a unhealthy person. She doesn't look unhealthy.
No, like if that was somebody's wife, you'd say they had a hot wife.
Yeah. She looks breasty.
Yeah.
Tiegs.
But definitely thicker than any models we've ever seen who are below. I don't know why Tiegs just wouldn't keep her pie hole shut. There's just no reason to speak out on it for her. Now, that person is already, the new plus-size model, has already got a new ad campaign for the Everything Donut. It's the new New York City food craze.
Now, what is the deal with the Everything Donut?
Well, you know how you hate to pick between a bagel and a donut?
Sure.
No longer. It's a bagel donut. It's got everything you love about bagel and everything you love about donut.
Okay, so I'm going to take a guess that is a cream cheese frosting.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is that real, like the savory topping still?
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And that's the everything spices or whatever on
Where
top.
do they sell this at?
A donut factory downtown.
Okay, so the whole thing is savory. It's not a mix of savory and sweet. It is supposed to be the flavor of a bagel.
It seems like it's a savory donut.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, so it's
Who wants
just...
to try one?
I do.
I do.
Chris, the bake up for today?
Yeah.
You're bringing in everything donut.
Yay! To get online after the show.
Oh, there's a big line?
Yeah, it's already blowing up. It's like it's going to be the new cronut.
Wait a minute, what's a cronut?
Cronut's a croissant and donut combination.
Get one of those two to go with it.
Fuck.
It's the new cronut, and I didn't even have the first cronut.
I had the first cronut. Wasn't crazy about it. It was like
it was okay.
It wasn't as good as a croissant or a donut. You know,
it's the lesser
now,
version of
as
both.
far as this savory, what do they call this? The everything donut.
Everything donut.
I'm already happy with an everything bagel. Let me tell you the truth. I'm ecstatic with it.
Yeah, I'm more than happy.
It's the only bagel to have, really. I mean, I fucking
You
love
just made me
everything.
just think of something. I'm going to go get a bagel in between shows today.
Nice.
Where's the best place to go around here?
I've never gotten a bagel around here. I don't trust any place. I'll look it up, though.
All right, then I'm going to walk 40 fucking blocks and go get a nice bagel. Because this fucking everything donut.
I mean, people can just show up when they want for the show, so don't worry about getting back on time.
That was a mistake.
Hicks said that you can get this at the Donut Factory, but I'm looking over, and it's called the Donut Project, and I don't know whether he's doing his best.
You're a donut factory.
I started looking, I'm like, what the fuck's the Donut Factory?
There's donut plants. There's donut factories.
Yes. So say the right name. That's the fucking thing.
Yeah, right, the donut projects.
Projects.
You belong in the fucking project. You know, he's acting like it's nutty to want this, but we did the Burger King hot dog, and he was walking out to go to Burger King as we were doing it. I'm watching him put his coat on.
Yeah.
And then he just goes like this. These are available now. And then he comes back. And he
Don't
goes,
fuck with me if they're not.
And now the Vito came to me the other day and he goes, got the perfect idea for the show. He goes, I'm like, what? He goes, while you guys are doing the commercial, I'll eat 10 hot dogs. And I go, and how's that help on the radio? I'll do it on Periscope. You just want 10 hot dogs, dude. You don't fucking want to do a creative piece for the show.
You're just saying, expense 10 hot dogs for me, please.
I thought it would pick up business for BK and for us. That this guy, look at how delicious they are. He could eat 10 of these in a minute and enjoy them.
No products wants to push the gluttony angle.
Yes. Why not just have one and enjoy it?
Why don't you do something when we do a Budweiser commercial where you're just laying on the floor funneling a fucking pitcher down your gullet.
Covered in your own vomit.
And piss.
Shit.
And hot dogs.
Still, he's eating those hot dogs.
And everything donuts. Seriously. What happened this being the year you were going to be working out and you're staying away from carbs? And then your first idea yet, since you've been with us, is to eat 10 hot dogs in a minute.
That was going to be my cheat day. Hot dog cheat day.
Do you know what you need to do? Please go to an ear, nose, and throat specialist and find out what's going on. You're too young to have your throat that bad.
I know. You really busted your voice
I
up.
think it sounds sexy. I like it.
I don't know if that works on men. I think the rasp only works on women.
Yeah, because everyone's getting wet when they hear Tom Waits talk.
I feel like I sound like Johnny Axelrod from Billions, and I like it.
You're the last person on the Billions fucking bandwagon, too. You know what the fucking... I'm going to do Billions for you. Hey, boss, we got more billions. Uh-oh, we're losing the billions.
The billions are back.
Yeah, more billions. Uh-oh, can't find the billions.
Oh.
Looks like we're going to be busted, lose everything. Hey, guess what? Big deal. We made everything.
Yay!
And then lost it, boss.
Oh.
Got it back.
Yay!
Way to go, baby, bro. So fucking awful. By the way, this isn't the fucking golden age of... this is the brown dog shit age of comedy. And I'm tired of people calling it golden. It's not that good. I'm aggravated with almost all my shows.
All but one.
What?
Baskets.
Oh, I forgot to even watch it last night.
I know. It was too late, but I recorded it, so I will be watching it tonight. No, spoilers.
Hey, he's going to be a clown. He's not going to be a clown anymore.
Oh.
He's a clown again.
Hey! Way to go, Baskets!
Hey, Baskets, great job. Everywhere you look, everywhere. Batman Ben Affleck. He calls himself Batman Ben Affleck now. He says he wrote a lot of scenes dressed as the Batman right there on the script.
Oh, God.
Now, you're doing a $250 million movie, right? And you're still writing it on the fucking set. This movie blows, folks.
Oh, no.
It's going to be a giant disaster. Yeah, he would be on set dressed as Batman doing the rewrites day of. Like he said he preferred to do it in the Batman suit also.
Not a good sign.
Wait, he's not the writer of this, right?
No, he's not. But
so it's not up to him to prefer to do the rewrites. It means the script didn't work. That you had $250 million fucking movie and didn't fucking pull your script together before you started shooting.
Also, if you're doing rewrites on set, you're only rewriting dialogue. You can't be changing plot points that is going to mess up the whole movie.
Yeah, you're not writing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like improving at the typewriter.
It's like...
He probably did not use a typewriter.
I know. People think that by going like this, I switched it to screw you, Superman, to fuck you, Super Dick. And they consider that writing.
Yeah.
Where's his credit?
Well, writers
Co-writer.
The writers are shat upon like no one else.
Oh my God.
In the industry. When I say industry, I'm talking about the business.
The biz, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I call it.
The big biz.
Yeah. The business we call show.
Yeah. First thing I do when I get up in the morning, I hit a Hollywood Reporter and see what the fuck's going on.
You're like, what's going on in the newspaper page?
Shit, man. Who got canceled and who just got greenlit? I'm going to find out in the Hollywood Reporter.
You think Ben Affleck was just on set typing away going, God damn it, you've done it again, Batman. Ben, this is just Argo 2, the movie.
My idea is to get Matt Damon to play Superman. And then one day I go to give him coffee and he's not there. He's out driving to go see Lois Lane. Still out west. And that ends the movie.
Yeah, this being a screenwriter, it's gotta suck.
I'm no longer a man. I'm a Batman.
No!
That's the scene he wrote. The next scene he wrote was, bat signal.
Sounds good.
Joker, I don't even believe I'm asking you this, but can you get me kryptonite? I want to throw it at Superman.
I can't believe he has an Oscar. It's so fucking annoying for that shitty movie Argo.
He didn't get the Oscar for that, Chris. Everybody else but him did.
Yeah, Chris.
He had a fucking Oscar since he was like 19 years old.
Oh, yeah.
How you like apples? How you like those? How you like those fucking apples? You know what? Even though you fucking slept in, it didn't fucking refresh the brain at all, did it?
Didn't.
Nope.
That extra few hours did you no good.
Did you get a hold of Justin Stengel yet? Is he coming in?
No, can't get a hold of him.
Let him know I'm going off at 10. And
right.
if he wants to be on and riff with me, we got to do it by 10 o'clock.
I'm keep texting him, calling.
Yeah, after a while, it doesn't work, does it, Chris? You got to try another means of communication.
I'm going to try electronically through the mail.
He's always going like this. I sent the guy 5 emails. I haven't heard back. I go, what are you going to do next? He goes, send a 6th email. Well, how do you think that makes fucking sense? Did you hear back from anybody else over that other project we're working on?
Not yet. No, I'm making.
Then you're off the project.
No, I'm making more calls today.
And those close?
Well, they won't be able to see me. I won't be FaceTiming or anything.
The only project I want you on is the donut project.
Yeah, did you get that yet?
No, I haven't got a hold of them yet.
Come on. What do you mean?
You got
Did you
2
email
fucking
them?
interns. Did you find out a bagel I could eat in this fucking area?
A good one?
Still looking.
Still looking? You haven't looked yet. You're not doing... Look, we're all sitting here waiting for you to do 9 things for us.
Do them!
I'm doing them!
Is he refining how to do that voice?
Yeah, he's figuring it out. It's coming back to him. God, that was funny.
Queen Elizabeth wrote to me, Ronnie Pepper only knows how to find a buttered roll from a cart.
Yeah, please do not suggest your mobile bakery. Not eating a bagel from him. I know you guys are close, but
Sarah McPann says she's going to sell Kansas bagels in New York as Wonder Bagels. White bread in the shape of a bagel. That actually sounds delicious. Man, a lot of people say fucking shitty things about you, Pep.
I don't know why. I think I'm a pretty pleasant guy. I don't know why.
Maybe because you're so late every day.
Just once.
Yeah, but today was the most important show ever.
I know. I felt really bad. I really freaked the fuck out when I woke up. I had a genuine freak out in my apartment.
By the way, Stan Bennington says Duke has been on fire since you picked them to win it all this year.
Looks like Hard Rock Johnny's going to owe me a shitload of cash. Looks like he's going to be fucking dodging me come March Madness.
Oh, look how Johnny Rock's got fucking strong. It said, this Bennington show talking about Anthony Cumia transitioning.
He's a real funny guy, that Johnny, huh?
Yeah.
Real piece of garbage.
And then this other guy writes to us, he fell down the stairs and busted his head open and woke up in the hospital. Oh, wait, he was on time that day.
yeah, how'd you pull that one off?
Holy shit.
This sobriety has done only worse for you.
Guess I'm going to start drinking again. Oh, well, they gave me the IV drip. I think that's what helped me in the hospital.
What you get in that IV anyway? Morphine?
Fluids, I believe.
Morphine and fluids is the fucking best thing for anybody.
Let's cut some of this morphine with fluids.
Hey, remember when I said only one song one guy ever sang, and that was at Woodstock and sang on the theme song?
Yeah?
Glenn said The Who played Woodstock, and then they stole their little song for CSI. It was, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
Good point.
Anywhere you look, anywhere you fuck.
He's like your little mini-me.
It's fucking so annoying because he never has a line of his own. And he wants us to read Opie's live read for him today. And I go, you mind if we do it later in the show so we could read it first? And what was your line back to me?
Said, of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Well, he sort of like gently bowed his head as he held it. Of course.
Of course.
By the way, Chris, you'll like this. So I see Gail out front, and I'm having a little smoke, and she's telling me that what a fuck up you are, that you're not coming. But she said that Joe had switched into Business Joe.
I love Business Joe
Yeah.
so much.
Yeah.
Like I gave Joe a call to be like, hey, I still haven't heard from him. Joe says, me either. I said, okay, this is what we're going to do. Joe's just like, everything is taken care of. I do not worry. This will be handled.
Said, I got this.
The team is moving forward with a new plan.
Now,
like, Joe, where did you just
Joe,
go?
do you know that you transitioned into business, Joe?
Yeah, I'm aware of it since you guys pointed it out. So now when I'm in Business Joe, I'm just like, I'm totally Business Joe, but there's no time for real Joe.
Well,
only Business Joe can exist.
This is what I said to Gail when we were laughing about it out front. I go, Business Joe is the Joe was raised to be.
That's
right. That it was the plan. A nice white boy from Minnesota who takes care of work and is responsible. And then this funny Joe is whatever freak fucking thing was on his brain
Right.
that fucked him up.
Goofy Joe
Yeah.
is true Joe.
I like to travel back and forth between the two.
Well, you do it
Yeah.
very often.
One day he's going to be crying and be like, what Joe am I?
I can't be all the Joes. What do you want from this Joe?
I think I'm taking Business Joe home with me. I like anyone whose nervous breakdown or freak out just doesn't matter to you. You know, so stuff like, I can't find my rain boots. And you're like, no, don't even give a fuck. That's nothing. The thing that has freaked you out means nothing to me.
Don't you see? This is like everything in my life.
The movie just started, and I'm missing it just like a donut started, and I didn't show up for that either. The metaphor. That's Joe.
Yesterday, I asked my wife if she sent those emails.
Joe, you took it one fucking thing too far. What? I mean, we were all settled in. We were done. We had all got it. We were enjoying it. And then you're like, this fucking guy won't stop riffing.
It's crazy.
That's business, Joe. Fuck.
Joe, it's me, Vito. Did you hear back on the 10 hot dog eating? I'm very starving.
Not doing that, Vito.
I got another idea then. 9 hot dogs.
You can just go get hot dogs, Vito.
How about 8 hot dogs and a bowl of cereal? I can do it in 45 seconds. You don't want your fucking throat to be gone in your early 20s.
I know. It's not good.
He's used up all the voice he has.
Joe, you're our only healthy staff member.
I try to stay healthy for the show. And I try to keep my voice intact for when I sing.
Do you take any vitamins?
Yeah, I take some vitamins. I take some vitamin B12, vitamin B6, vitamin C, vitamin A.
Wait, so you're up to vitamin 18 now?
Yeah.
And then 2 letters. Why are you taking all those vitamins?
Well, vitamin B12 is to focus you. That's for my business Joe side. Vitamin D is for Goofy Joe on the beach when I'm in the sun. And together, you get the perfect volleyball player.
Now, someone said, and I had never heard of this coffee, but other people know about it forever. I think it's called Bullet Coffee or something like that.
Bulletproof or Bullet, something like that.
Yeah, it's bulletproof coffee, and it's coffee with butter in it and some kind of oil. And they said it fixes your fucking brain. You lock in. Now, here's the deal. So the person was telling me, does this work? And I go, it absolutely works. I just don't do it anymore. And I'm like, why? And they said, it has to be grass-fed butter. So it's grass-fed butter, not corn-fed butter.
So that's probably more expensive, harder to get.
Harder to find, I guess, for people.
Now,
and I don't know what the oil is that goes in there.
I'm not sure what it is, but I know it got really popular for a while, and there were people who were just completely trying to tell everyone, you don't understand bulletproof coffee. It's life-changing. And not only did they say that it kind of, clears your mind and it's healthy for your brain, they claimed that it was good for weight loss.
Yeah, it's
and
weight loss.
Okay, I drink a coffee every day, and it doesn't have butter in it. So there's no way adding butter to the thing I drink every day is going to make me lose weight.
It centers you you need one of those shit benches that Dan Soder loves. But a buttered coffee, shit bench, and you're smarter and thinner.
I just don't believe it.
I just never been to any coffee store and heard, you want a little butter in that? With or without the butter?
One stick or 2.
Is it grass-fed?
I need to lose some weight. Give me 2 sticks of butter. Pile it in. Can you put those butter on some toast and shove that into the coffee? With some jam. Yeah, I hadn't heard about it. Apparently, you're right. It's been around for years. And I was just like, what the fuck are you talking about?
It doesn't make any sense to me.
It's octane oil.
Octane oil?
Yeah, octane oil.
What is that?
That's something Hitler would have.
That doesn't sound like something that should be consumed.
Yeah, it sounds like something Fast and Furious.
Yeah, I
got this high octane oil.
Steven said that vitamin D that Joey talks about. Vitamin D.
Yeah.
Gotta take that vitamin D.
Get that vitamin D.
You see my dick, Steve.
It's pronounced dick.
Everything is with you, isn't it? Diane B said Chris got fluids in his IV. Good, because I don't think they push solids through that.
Good one. Really made me look like a goddamn moron. I got all sorts of orders going out. We're going to have a nice surprise after the show. In
What are you
between
talking
shows. All sorts of foods.
Really?
Well, just tell us. I don't
I'll
wanna
get a
be
bunch
strict.
of bagels and everything donuts.
So what happened to the fucking crazy line?
That was it. We made some calls and we fucking got to call it.
You just said bip, 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 bip.
We made some calls.
Calls, balls.
Where are you getting the bagels from?
Pick a bagel.
I haven't been there since the old days. That was
Yeah.
my original 57th Street, even at NEW.
I always like to pick a bagel.
Will they give them to you for free?
No.
They're good, so I can say the truth. I always found them to be mediocre at best. I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean, it obviously would be the best fucking bagel in Alabama.
Right,
but we're not
mediocre
it. Yeah,
by New York bagel
Yeah.
standards. Yeah, and that's why when we first moved here, they were excellent to me.
I got a bagel right near my house that can make you fucking cry. All the hipsters stand in line to buy their one bagel, one coffee, and use a fucking credit card every Sunday morning.
Cash is dead. Cash
Isn't
is
it?
deader than dead.
I thought Cash was king. But what happened? King is dead?
Yeah. Long live the king. The king is dead. Long live the king.
Hey.
The king lives.
Yeah.
That's
Way
where
to go, king.
That's where the spit take comes in, the old king lives bit. But I think I brought this up on the air. People still treat you like, with cash, as if you're trying to steal from them. I don't want to give somebody $100 bill and have them start looking up in the fucking air with it and running it through a machine. I'm like, it's not that big a deal. It's $100 fucking bucks. You're charging me $69 for the fucking product. Why can't I give you $100?
People freak out. And they have like that like marker that they have fucking
Yeah,
on it
there's
with.
the marker, there's a little light, they hold it up to the light, and then they not only do they do that, but then they look back at you like, is
Yeah,
this
they try to-
person trustworthy?
They try to read your face.
A friend of mine got turned down the other day at Haagen-Dazs for having 100. They would not take the 100.
It's legal tender.
They said it wasn't. They said this is not legal. I'm like, you got it passed on for someone else, so it fucking works somewhere.
Let's just keep this in the system. Just keep it going.
Yeah, keep it going. That makes up money.
I didn't make this. Do you think I had the skills to make this?
No, I'm not a counterfeiter.
Trying to pay it forward, bro, literally.
Oh, God. With the
What?
bro. You stole that from Dave.
No, I didn't.
I saw him talk about it on a podcast. What was the name of that podcast? Asbury Park?
Leave the Asbury Park Boys.
Why would they put boys at the end of it?
I don't know the name of it.
I gotta get the name.
Why do you guess things that you don't know?
One day I'll hit.
All right, hold on. Garrison understands everything about Bullet coffee. Hey, what's up?
Yeah. Actually, Joe Rogan drinks caveman coffee, which is the same kind of thing.
What's he do?
He puts grass-fed butter in it, and I think he puts coconut oil in it. It's part of like a ketogenic diet, which is a new thing now.
Are you telling me that that cavemen had something that coffee and then grass-fed butter?
I have no idea. It's not caveman diet, but it's caveman coffee.
That's just to make it sound cool.
The whole ketogenic diet thing is like minimum carbohydrates and proteins and lots of fat.
All right,
which sounds counterproductive, but
yeah, but they always tell you there's good fat, you know.
yeah, you're supposed to have the good fats, and then when your brain stops feeding off the sugars and everything, then it like speeds up your synapses, and you like think more clearly, and I don't know.
I like thinking foggy, though. It helps me. You know, I don't make too many rash decisions. I'm always just like, well, I'll get back to you on it. Ryan, Strong Island. Whoops, let me try you again, Ryan. I didn't have you. Go ahead, Ryan.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, so that place that does the Gail Ann sandwich, they don't accept cash at all anymore. It's only credit debit.
Really? Mayhem and Stout.
Yeah, at least the second half location. I don't know about the other one, but when I went, thank God I had cash on me. Because that sandwich was delicious.
Did you like
the
it?
Gail Ann sandwich was
Yeah.
great?
Yeah, oh, it's so good. I tweeted a picture at you guys back when the day you guys announced it. It's delicious. I can't wait to have it again.
Very cool.
Send us a picture every time you eat it.
Absolutely.
Gail Ann has her own sandwich named after her, which we think is the bossest thing in the whole world.
It is the coolest thing in the world, and it was an honor given to me by Mayhem and Stout, a very cool sandwich place. Thrilled. One of the thrills of my life.
My family is very excited about it, everybody. And
yes.
My side of the family. Your mom's side of the family. Not so much.
Not a peep.
But you know why?
Why?
They don't spread the news the way I do on my side.
I know. You spread the news, and I appreciate that.
And I no longer talk to that side of the family.
Yeah.
You know why?
Why?
Cell phones.
Right.
When everyone had a landline, I was like, hey, how are you? You know, yeah, I'll get you, sister. How's everything down there, okay? You need anything? But with cell phones, you know, it's just your own calls now.
Yeah. There's no...
Hey,
and it would be disgusting to pick up someone else's cell phone.
Flats wants to know Hicks's Oscar picks. That's fucking funny. See, here's the problem. It won't work unless he bets on it. And by the way, I mean work in the other direction. Now, the Gail Ann Bray just went away. Just went away. You know, it says braised pulled pork.
Yes.
And short rib. I read that as based on pulled pork.
The Gail Ann is based on a pulled pork sandwich.
What's the best part? The cheese sauce?
Yeah. Just like I was saying the other day, the pulled pork is one of the few sandwiches that I will eat without a cheese because I will always take something with cheese without. And now they have added a cheese sauce to a pulled pork and then chili. It's perfect.
Lovely. Tell everybody where it's at again.
It's at Mayhem and Stout, and they have 2 locations, one on 2nd Avenue in Manhattan and one on Park.
Sweet.
Check them out on Twitter, which I think is just at Mayhem and Stout.
Check it out. You can see a picture of it. We're going to break, too. We'll be right back. Enjoying being filling in for Opie today. This is The Bennington Show. Hey, it's The Bennington Show. Now, Chris Stanley, you cannot hear me during the songs and commercial, right? In the other room?
No, I cannot.
Then how did you answer a question of mine?
I read your lips at one point.
That's weird.
Weird. I can't believe that. You guys are so weirdly linked.
Oh, it's called addiction.
I mean, it's bizarre, though. Sometimes, you'll give him a look, and then he'll do something or set something up, and I'm like, how did he get that from that expression?
Oh, you know why? Because he reads the prep, unlike you. Maybe if you spend a little time reading the prep.
I do read the prep.
You know, when I go like this, it means the next thing on the list.
I do read the prep.
Really? Then why are you sitting around going, how did they know?
Even though that is a good impression of me,
yeah,
I do read the prep.
Chris is drinking with 2 hands. That's always the problem.
That's his baba. You just look like a giant toddler.
You know, when he was little, he used to drink from his Bob. His uncle. So we had a game show we were going to go, but with all the brouhaha with Stanley this morning. And by the way, this morning show on Opie Radio always zips by.
It flies by, and it's such a blast. I don't know. Something about that early morning hours.
Yeah.
It just gives you a little
You know
buzz.
why? It's because the early bird gets the worm. And we're normally the later birds.
Yeah.
And we don't get worms.
And if we do, it's a really shitty worm. It's
Dry.
not even a worm you'd want.
It's dry, right? It's a dry, baked in the sun worm. Every time I look up and there's some kind of weird gun thing.
I know.
Everybody's acting like that Rubio won the debate and he's going to be the next president.
I can't imagine that to be true.
No, it is. I'm saying it. Rubio wins debate. No doubt he's our next president.
No.
This is over MSNBC. Why didn't we realize Rubio was the best before this debate? Rubio.
I didn't realize he had such a bite to him. Now I want to vote for him.
Fox just wrote up, Donald gets trumped by Rubio.
Good one.
Nice.
Well, this is the game show that we're going to be doing a little later on. Has to do with the vocals of Mr. Marco Rubio. You'll have to come over to our second show. I know that's a difficult thing to ask, to say, you spent the morning with us, now come to another show. I don't want to come off as that show. You know what I mean?
Sure.
That stays too long.
Yeah.
But we have that game to play.
But we humbly ask you to join us.
How do you humbly us?
Please, my liege.
Probably somehow that Business Joe would ask, I would imagine.
I would. We have another show in the afternoon, and if you guys could come over here, that would be great. For
Of course.
Starts at noon o'clock.
Of course.
You're Business Joe.
Yeah. I love Business Joe.
Oh, you know, I'm going to do my other impression. This is Business Chris Stanley, right? Hey, motherfuckers, I'm all fucked up. Who wants to drink from my piss hole?
Hate Business Chris Stanley. Drink from my piss hole.
That's what he says.
Take a long sip out of that.
Chris!
What?
Did you hear what he said to me?
Now, are you really? Yeah, that's him.
Not to you.
No, you said it to her.
You said to
and that's
me to
fucking
take a long
incest.
sip.
No.
Out of your pee hole.
And I know your people are incestuous, but this is unacceptable.
I wasn't saying that to Gail. I was saying that to just everyone in general.
I was told this was a safe space.
It is.
Who did you think you were saying it to, Amy Hawthorne?
No. Not saying nothing to nobody.
You're looking and pointing at her.
I love to make Joe laugh. Out of all you guys, Joe's the only one because he's always surprised. He never sees the joke coming. No. You know, we're at the end of Black History Month, which the downplay on that this month.
Oh, boy.
It's like there's no history.
It's like the Oscars of months.
It's just really like, I remember when, years ago, it used to get pushed hard during the commercials on TV, and now it's almost nothing.
Forgotten.
Yeah. I kind of feel like once black people got their president, like they're like, that's it for us. We don't want anything more.
That's fine.
We appreciate it. Now, if there's a quite small matter, I'll form 40 acres and a mule, and I'm willing to leave. I would go like this. Would you settle for 40 mules and 1 acre?
That's not enough space for all these mules.
How about an aching mule? Is that good?
Breast Cancer Month beats the shit out of Black History Month.
Yeah, you're right. Breast Cancer Month is gigantic with the pink football.
Oh, God.
It's not the month that matters anymore.
It's my favorite month.
You got Halloween. You got the awareness of cancer.
God, you're not quite awake yet, Chris.
I feel kind
Do
of...
we hear anything back from the Stengel brothers?
Zip, nothing, nada.
People have been reaching out to them. I don't know what's going on.
They have been?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Please, everyone, if you could text and let them know the show's almost over. They guaranteed they'd come in and finally do some work with me, you know?
Yeah. I mean, you were so looking forward to that.
It was everything to me.
I mean, you were like a kid on Christmas morn.
My father was a bartender, my mother a maid. No one who's ever running. And then Rubio said this. And this guy over here got $200 million from his family. That's a lie! I borrowed $1 million and I turned it into $10 billion. The fact that he, as a young man, could borrow $1 million.
Yeah.
I don't know if I was a young man, I knew anybody I could get 800 from. That would have been gigantic.
No.
There's those things like during lockup when you'd be like, hey, we're trying to put together bail. And the guy would always say, look, I got more time than money. Might as well just stay in here.
There was also a moment that Cruz was trying to big up himself, talking about his own achievements. And then he said, I guess you were busy firing Dennis Rodman while that was happening.
Yes.
It's a low blow.
And it's the same thing that Bush did when my brother was putting together this. You put together a reality show. You know, it's the same bit.
Didn't work for him.
Now, I read an article about Cruz that basically said, the guy wrote it from the viewpoint of he was always a dick, and he was talking about him freshman year of Princeton.
Really?
Yeah, and then Cruz said to him on the first day, sounds like you pay to go to this school instead of his way, which was earning his way in.
Oh, God.
And he was like a dick. He was that guy that was a dick. He's a dick in the Senate. Just the one thing that Trump said about him, no one likes you.
That was the best.
More hurtful because it's true.
Yeah, like there was something about that I could see that really cut him. Like there was like a little like look in his eye where he was like, it's true, no one likes me.
There's not one person in the Senate that'll eat lunch with you or drop you off after work. You don't know anyone. And Cruz should have just been like, it's hard to meet people. I was an only child. I'm a Cuban from Canada. Where do I belong? But it's done. Rubio is winning the nomination and should go up against Hillary Clinton. Done. Seeing it everywhere today.
Yeah, they're giving it to him. It's all about the Rubio.
No, he earned it. He earned it last night.
By a sharp wit. And then he was just like, just that like kind of jerkish laugh. Like every time Trump would open his mouth, he's just like, can you believe this guy? Like mugging to the audience the whole time.
He's not like us. By the way, that game show, that podcast is called Bloodshot Asbury Park. They proved that Chris Stanley stole the term bro from East Side Dave.
Shit.
And that's
Really?
East Side Dave. Yeah. He always does a big bull and then a pause and then the shit.
Do I even know the real you, Chris Stanley?
This is the real me. Sadly.
I don't know.
A dirty t-shirt, all fucking manic and weird.
It seems more like me and Dave are friends. It's Dave I know.
No, we're friends, Gail. You and I, me, Chris, Stanley.
A lot of people are asking us if we've seen the OJ show. And I haven't, but there's a thing. Just go over to YouTube and do David. I think it's David Schwimmer Says Juice. I haven't seen it yet myself.
I haven't seen the show either. A lot of people talk about it, though.
Yeah, a lot of people tell me it sucks, and then somebody else will say it's good. So you got on YouTube, it's just David Schwimmer Says Juice, which was OJ's nickname.
Right.
So let's see if this is funny.
Got it, Juice. When Chris and I broke up, the Juice was there for me every night. It's like he's not really the Juice anymore. We gotta get you dressed, Juice. Juice, a will? Juice. Come on, Juice. Juice! Juice, it's AC. Juice! AC's here! Juice, I heard Juice. It's on every channel. You know I feel the same, Juice. You're gonna tell them yourself, Juice. Juice, your whole family's here, Juice. She's on the house phone waiting to talk to you, Juice. Juice. Okay, Juice? Okay, Juice, we're good to go. You're home, Juice. You know Uncle Juice, and your Uncle Juice is a good man. He's never going to stop being the Juice. It could explain a lot, Juice. Just hear him out, Juice. He's right, Juice. Listen, Juice. Juice, this is your life. Juice, please, Juice. Juice, we need an answer.
Oh my God.
That looks amazing.
That actually makes me want to watch.
Yeah.
It still just seems like Ross, though.
Yeah, Ross is saying Juice is what it should be. As if Joey's nickname was Juice.
Juice.
By the way, I really do feel like Ross was the Ted Cruz of Friends, because I've never seen him one-on-one with anybody except for the one he banged.
Yeah.
And she didn't look comfortable then.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, he seemed to be everyone's least favorite friend, and I don't know why. It's just
But
people
he's never
decided
one-on-one. Like if somebody said, Ross, why don't just you and me go? It never happened.
Yeah.
But everybody else was very comfortable being one-on-one.
Yeah. All the other friend combinations
But
worked.
if you were stuck with Ross, you'd be like, is Joey around? Let's wait for Joey before we go. I don't want to just be in the car with you. Hey, we got to wrap this up. Coming up next, Accelerate It right here on Opie Radio. Thanks for letting us hang out here today. Opie, it was a lot of fun, as always. You can join us noon today on Raw Dog, giving away some prizes. We got big game show to play that we forgot to play on the Opie channel because our producer we thought was dead. So that's basically it. See you at Raw Dog at noon. Just a couple hours off. See you then.
Ladies and gentlemen, the evening is over. We hope you all enjoyed yourselves, and we'll see you all again in 1974. Good evening!
Question mark and the Mysterians on the second Bennington show of the day. Hi, we are the Bennington Show. Ron Bennington, Gail Bennington.
Yo.
Missing once again Chris Stanley Bennington. For some reason, not back in time for the second show.
The last I saw, he was doing a scope. I don't know why.
Does he feel like his schedule is behind and he has to get to smoking with Chris? And all that?
That's what he's
just so stupid. Today might be the day he gets fired.
He's not a clever boy.
Let's just have a vote right now. Should Chris get fired? Vito, yes or no?
Yes.
Joe?
I'm going to go hell yes.
Gail?
I would be willing to give him a second chance, but this is like his 100th chance.
All right, that's a good point.
Fired.
Fired? Wow. From Gail, who protects everyone.
Not that toothpick chewing son of a bitch.
He really does. He chews on a plastic toothpick and it drives Gail out of her mind.
And it's like the second the mics go off, and it goes into meeting time, he's been waiting to chomp those things the whole time because he knows he would be in trouble for doing it in the mic. Oh, it's horrible.
Man, it was brutal outside today, right?
It's really cold.
Yeah. Hated it out there. By the way, good job, Joe.
Thanks.
Jumping in, although Chris just bashes you. He bashes help instead of saying thank you.
He always has. He always has. Anytime somebody wants to help him with any element of the show, God forbid booking in particular.
That's the thing that drives you crazy when Vito meets somebody and says, hey,
Yeah.
I'll get you on the show.
If someone contacts me, he's just like, just tell them to contact me next time. Why? He's a nut. He's crazy.
Look, you should say, I'll tell you when I'm booking the person on the air. You just write it down in your little fucking ledger.
I wish he had a ledger.
And this comes up sometimes with him. He'll say to me, do you want this person on the show? And I'll go, I'm not sure. And then he never brings it up to me again. And then months later, I'll see the person and go like, hey, is there a reason I've sent Chris 6 emails? If he feels like he doesn't have an answer for someone, he just ignores them.
Oh, God.
I don't want to turn this into a Chris bitch back thing, but he sucks, and I'm glad he's fired.
Yay.
It looks like we're not even going through with the election. Rubio is going straight to the presidency. Obama said, I watched him yell at Donald Trump last night, and I'm willing to give him the prize. I'm going to give him the strap.
I mean, he really gave him the business. Put the boots to him. And Trump is still hurting for it today. But he's a fighter. He won't give up, Trump.
No, it's over for Trump. Trump's got nothing left. Maybe who are we going to put in charge of bookings now? Is it Vito or you, Gail?
I feel like the two of us working in tandem would work.
You
because
always want to work in tandem.
I do, because I'm a big believer in a team. Something that Chris Stanley was not.
And that's something with his booking skills.
Can I just point this out? There is no two in team.
True. But there is the T.
Oh, I love tea. I'd love to have a hot tea. And what we should do is when we get together, let's have teas and go like this. This is in team. Or we can just say team. It's kind of meat spelled backwards. So enjoy some meat.
Tea and meat? That's how meetings will go from now on.
Let's do this. Let's have a meetup, and it'll just be with meat.
The only thing is no one touches the meats, please. Please stay away from my meats.
Oh, you hate the meats. Trump is calling a press conference within an hour, I guess, to say that he's dropping out.
No. There's no way.
He's had it. He's done. He says no one's nice. No one cares about him.
He has been tweeting all morning. Let me just read you some of these tweets.
Yeah.
Trump says, why would the people of Florida vote for Marco Rubio when he defrauded them by agreeing to represent them as their senator and then quit? He says, lying Ted Cruz and lightweight choker Marco Rubio teamed up last night in the last-ditch effort to stop our great movement. They failed. Lightweight choker Marco Rubio looks like a little boy on stage.
That is true.
Not presidential material. Wow. Every poll said I won the debate last night. Great honor.
I don't think that's true, is it? Did every poll say that?
Lightweight choker Marco Rubio working hard last night. The problem is he's a choker, and once a choker, always a choker. Mr. Meltdown.
No, he does always win the Drudge thing. I'll go to Drudge and he'll say, oh, we've got the poll numbers in. And fucking Trump crushes every single time.
Trump loves the numbers.
Yeah.
That's all he cares about.
Well, the Drudge poll is not exactly a scientific poll. It's just a poll, you can vote on.
Right.
It's like one of those polls that ends up saying that A Day in the Life is the greatest Beatles song of all time.
Really just the
people
viewers are on this site.
I don't normally ever disagree, though. I'm with them 100% there. Well, Trump is out. He's done. It's over. I guess I'm on Team Rubio, the choke artist. The lightweight, tiny choke artist who looks like a boy. Ann Coulter had a thing that she retweeted last night. Because I always like to go to her on debate night. She always has funny shit. And one of her guys had said that his daughter, somebody she retweeted, his daughter said, who's that little boy and are his parents with him? I don't know whether that's true or not, but it was very funny if it is. So we know that Cruz has to win Texas. Kasich has to win Ohio. And let's face it, Rubio has to at least win one thing, something.
He's got to win something if he's going to stay afloat here.
Oh, look who's back. The late Chris Stanley.
Sorry.
While you were gone, there was a vote, and you're fired.
Come on!
Chris?
I'm sorry.
I didn't have fucking comments. I can't see the time on my scopes when they happen.
Yeah, I don't want to hear your excuses, Chris. I'm doing a show.
Chris, what is going on with you?
You can sit there and watch like a listener, and a listener is all you are from this point on.
I asked some lady what time was. I thought she thought I was gonna mug her or something. It was crazy.
Hold on, we have a spy report.
Spy report.
Chris, do not do any of the official business for the show. This is John in Illinois.
Hey there, Ron.
Yeah.
Chris couldn't get to this, but Apollo Creed died.
Don't fucking say that to me.
No!
Chris would have known this if he wouldn't have fell off the wagon.
Dude, I can't even believe that he was 78 years old. Wait, Apollo Creed. It's not Apollo Creed, right?
No, Duke.
All right, don't. Oh, I like Duke, though. He was one of my fucking favorites.
Either
Why
way,
is that
it's
going to
bad.
laugh to people? What is fucking funny about that?
It's awful. How could they laugh?
First of all, I don't understand why the guy got it so wrong that he would call up and say Apollo Creed. But his trainer, who's like, champ, you better come over here and watch this.
Yeah.
This boy looks serious. Yeah, we're all serious, Duke. Gone at age 78. That's fucking heartbreaking. Why it got a laugh out of these two weirdos, I don't know.
Disgusting.
Chris, don't join in. If you hang around and be cool, you might find yourself back on the team. But then when you jumping in like that, you come off as shitty.
I'm going to stay out of it then.
If we had to go right now to replace Chris, are you thinking jam band or are you thinking Kashmir? I'm going to go to you first since you work with him all the time, Joey. Who's the replacement?
Both great. Definitely Kashmir.
Not even close for you, huh?
It is close, but Kashmir.
What do you got,
I'm going to go with Kashmir. He gives great fashion advice.
All right, this is just a giant wave. I feel bad because I work on GPS.
I know. See, Cashmere's got the mic skills. Totally.
He's got mad mic skills.
But, there's no professional like Jam Band. He's a pro.
Yeah, he is a definite pro. Where I'm not even sure Cashmere gives a shit about this business or us. Cashmere's like a cat. Like, whatever. I can come and go as I please.
You're just trying to get his attention.
And I already had one fucking producer who came and went whenever he wanted to instead of being a fucking professional.
It's like a cat.
All right, I'm going to bring up something about the election. And you know what? We'll do a game here, but I want to explain it first. And I'll just simply say, call in and win right now. 844 Rock God, 844 Rock God. Call in and win a great prize as we play this. Now, this got to me because I had my back to the TV the other night, and I had left the news on, and then I thought to myself, why is Peter Sarsgaard fucking talking about the election? And I turned around and it wasn't Peter Sarsgaard. It was Marco Rubio, the fucking choke artist.
The lightweight choker?
I don't know if anyone else has ever discovered this or thought about it, but the second I heard it, I'm like, the lightweight choker and Peter Sarsgaard sound exactly the same. So here's what I'm going to do, Chris. Play a thing without saying who it is. It'll either be the lightweight choker, Marco Rubio, or gentleman actor, Peter Sarsgaard. Go ahead and play it.
I know, but I liked it. Let's go. So I got her up there. I proposed. And then I was afraid. I don't know why. It was this thing. Thought she was going to drop the ring off the side. So I grabbed the ring back. And then I gave it back to her when we got to the bottom.
First of all, that's stunningly weird, right?
It's very weird.
Now, once you're told that they sound alike, but
there was one in particular that I was picturing in my head.
All right, you
so
tell
I
me.
think that I have it.
Yeah.
I think that is gentleman actor Peter Sarsgaard.
You would be absolutely wrong.
What?
Yeah. That was Marco Rubio.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Isn't that weird?
Okay, that's really bizarre because Peter Sarsgaard has such a distinct way of talking.
Absolutely.
I can't believe that they're voice twins.
Now, we put together a little thing and we're going to let people play and they'll be able to win and everybody will like them. Play the game.
Can you tell the difference between Republican presidential hopeful Marco Rubio and star of stage and screen Mr. Peter Sarsgaard? If so, you're ready to play Sarsgaard or Rubio. Rubio.
That was short on the song.
Yeah. I mean, he only says this is studio so many times, so I can only do it a few times.
Yeah, but you could fucking linked it. Or you could have done one thing going, you could have played the hook, right? Went into the verse, and then done the hook again.
Yeah.
I just wasn't ready for it to be over that fast.
Just because it was so good.
All right, everybody, our phone lines are packed. You're going to be able to play Sarsgaard or Rubio. It's America's favorite game show right now. Here's Jesse in Chicago. Jesse, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Now, Jesse, are you familiar with gentleman actor Peter Sarsgaard and the choke artist Marco Rubio?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to play. Tell us which one of them it is. Here's your clue.
And so, for me, it was very interesting just to see how much people didn't notice. Because I quite successfully drank without anyone knowing.
Did you have an opportunity to hear them?
Yeah.
Do you know which one that was? Is it Sarsgaard or Rubio?
I think it's Sarsgaard.
Think it's Sarsgaard.
There's a Sarsgaard waiting in the sky. He'd like to come and meet you, but he'd think he'd blow your mind.
All right, hold on. The yes is much longer than the theme song. All right, Jesse's a winner. Chris, Send Jesse into the pretty good prize closet. All right, let's go again. Here's David in Ohio. David, are you familiar with gentleman actor Peter Sarsgaard as well as the lightweight choke artist Marco Rubio?
I think I really am.
Okay, let's take a listen.
And it's made of plywood, and we usually do that. This year I'm a little tired and busy, so we're just going to probably buy it from someone that's already made it. But that generally we have a roast pig on Christmas Eve.
Okay, that one I couldn't even tell apart. What do you got, David?
Rubio.
Just say Rubio. Rubio.
All right, the audience is 2-0. 2-0.
2-0.
Sweet. But that also wasn't as long as the Sarsgaard win.
Seems like maybe that should be the background.
Yeah. Now, if I had to pick right now who I'd want to be my president, I think gentleman actor Peter Sarsgaard.
Oh, yeah, hands down. Hands down.
Really? We're not even putting our hands up?
No, please, everyone put your hands down.
Okay. I can't, though.
Hands up for Rubio. Hands down.
Can I have
for
one
there's
hand
a
up?
Sarsgaard.
If I keep my hands down too long, the blood rushes to my head and I get dizzy. The song's so fucking great.
really
No
good.
wonder he's touring again. If I was the producer on this, I'd be like this. Phil, we were listening to the playback, and it sounds good, but none of your lyrics even make slight sense. How about we take another hour, write some stuff. Dove, love, June, spoon, moon. Regular shit. Sounded like you said studio for a while. That's where I'm in right now. I'm in a studio. So it sounds nuts. No, none of you guys want to go see Phil Collins this year? Doesn't interest
I want to see Phil Collins.
You guys do?
I absolutely do want to see Phil Collins.
I also believe that Sting is going today. Did any of you guys ever see Sting in your life?
I have never.
Cherish these guys while you still have them.
I know.
You don't want them to be like Duke and be out of your life before you had a chance to see him live.
I don't want that to happen.
No, isn't it weird that Chris picked Duke to go all the way this year, and then a guy named Duke died?
That's a good sign.
I don't think so. I think the jinx is out there.
Duke is hot right now.
Can't believe your jinx runs that deep.
Paul in Arizona, how are you, buddy?
Hey, how you doing?
So fucking good, man. You ready to play Sarsgaard or Rubio?
Yes, I do. Ready to go to the prize closet. Woo!
Okay, that's great. I like the excitement level.
He's
Yeah,
excited.
it's a Family Feud level of excitement. All right, here's your clue.
It's like when I played in football. You're a cornerback. I played corner. You're going to give up some touchdowns, but you got to step back on the field and play again. The next play, you may actually pick it off and bring it back to even the score. So I feel good about everything.
You know who that is, Paul?
Mr. Rubio.
Just say Rubio. Rubio. Rubio.
Okay. We played this with the team. Everybody struggled. I'm now thinking you guys just wanted it to be a good game.
No.
Because the audience is going through it like a fucking Rottweiler through toilet paper.
No.
Maybe it's just people calling up who are both fans of Rubio and Sarsgaard.
I understand. That's what concerns me. Sean, Stony Brook, how are you?
Very good. How are you?
Good, pal. Are you ready to play the big game show that everybody wins?
Never been ready.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
Carpooling to school, I said, "Oh, stop the car, stop the car." And I got out of the car, and there was a pheasant on the side of the road, and I tied flies.
Do you know who it is, Sean?
That's that Stargars guy.
Yeah. Now, let's check.
There's a Sarsgaard waiting in the sky. He likes to come and meet you.
There may be a pattern here where it seems like we're playing Rubio, then Rubio, then Sarsgaard, or they sound nothing alike.
I swear to you, I think that they sound alike.
We're not getting this past anyone.
Maybe we just have really sharp listeners.
Or a dumb team, because my team acted like they couldn't hear the difference. Kyle said there's nothing better than a Bennington show guessing game bit where everyone wins.
Really depleting that prize closet.
Yeah. Can't stand the song.
Phil, are you saying Sudafed? Are you sick?
Dude, why don't the people from Sudafed try to buy this?
That's what I'm saying.
Yes,
No,
I know
that's
you
what
are.
he's saying.
You're just saying what you just heard seconds before. Like this on here. You know it's really bad when Joey Jojo is the best part of the bit.
Thank you, tweeter.
That one aches. You're going into the big ass, the pretty good prize closet. We'll play one more. Dan and Philly. Dan.
Yeah.
You ready to easily win like there's no fucking problem in the world?
Yeah, that's why I called in.
Sure, of course you did. You want to just give it to him, or should we play the fucking
Let's
sound?
play it, please.
Go ahead.
Oh, we live in a time of incredible fear. So much fear, and valid, a lot of it.
That's Rubio.
There's a sad star waiting in the sky. He'd like to come and meet you, but he'd think you'd blow your mind.
Dan, by the way, you know why you lost? Because you're from Philly. And Philly loses. They just lose. By the way, I got good news for you. Some of the cast of Delco Proper is going to be in next week.
That's awesome.
I can't wait.
Not only that, but I've seen some extra episodes, the ones that are going on.
Very exciting.
And in pure Delco Proper form, they basically threatened me not to let anybody else say it. I mean, when I read it, it fucking started to make me feel a little strong. Like, fuck, what are you fucking saying, dude?
It was a physical threat.
It was. So I just wrote back, I'm not going to fucking show it to everyone, but guess this. You can't do half the things you're promising to do. And then I wrote back, one more thing. Guns shoot both ways. So no one's fucking scared here. Hey, Chris, I see that some of those... what's the new donut called?
The Everything Donut.
Let's bring them in. Now, this is... is there a knife? Because I certainly don't feel like eating an entire donut.
We got some knives.
This is the first day of the Everything Donut, or at least the first day of its fame.
Exactly. Yeah.
And they've put a limit on the amount of donuts that you can buy?
Yeah, exactly. Because and they have to keep making them. And this was the last batch of the day. Fresh.
Wait, what do you mean they have to keep making them? You mean
people want to buy them?
That's how making things work.
I guess that's how they're making money.
Now, Gail, are you excited about the Everything part bagel, part donut?
Yes, I'm very excited.
Have you ever been on an opening day, when something hits? Have you ever been one of the people who went, I've been there, you got to go?
This is my first time doing that. Every time there's one of those cronut or whatever special cupcake or milkshake, I am always the last person to try it, and dead last, like a year or two later.
All right, why don't you sit down since you're a co-host here, and I don't want you away from the mic, and some of your producers and interns are going to jump in and help out. I mean, I know that they're busy sitting, but make sure everybody gets one of these so we can all try it. Cut it into some pieces. Chris, I guess you're not going to get one because you were late.
Oh,
it's only fair.
Can I get a taste? Can I get a taste at everything?
No. Gail, you want to try this with me? So, texture-wise, this is completely a donut, but then this is supposed to be like a cream cheese, and then the savory poppy seeds and
garlic and salt and sesame, all the delicious Everything Bagel spices on top of the cream cheese glazed donut. That's the entire gimmick of the actual food from Donut Factory.
I normally rip everything that's done, but it's kind of an interesting taste.
It's really good.
Guys, try a little.
No.
It's actually really good. It's perfect in between salty sweet.
That sounds actually delicious.
It is.
Fuck.
Like, there's almost even like an Asian spice, I feel, in there as well.
Really? Asians hate donuts.
I'm just not used to that with Joey. What do you think?
I like it a lot. The spice on top really complements the sweetness of it, which I really dig.
Now, would you want this as a regular donut, though? Like, would this replace your regular donut stuff?
It would.
Vito, give it a bite, because I want you to get in on this.
All I want is that cream cheese glaze.
So
I see you guys enjoying this goddamn thing.
Dude, we're not eating. We're trying to figure out whether we like it or not.
He's ate 3. He would have ate 3 by now.
I know. This isn't the point of what we're doing.
What did you think of the taste? What do you mean? How do you mean?
I swallowed it whole.
Chris, you can have one in 34 minutes.
Screw you, Joe.
Because that's how late he is. All right, I like what Joe's doing. All right, that puts you, and you're going to enjoy it at 104 in the East.
I can't wait.
What do you think? Unless we end up eating yours.
Oh.
We'll see.
The first bite, you taste it, and you're like, I don't really taste the everything bagel. And I was a little disappointed. And then I'm chewing, and it fucking hits you. And you're like, whoa, this is magical.
It
the
really
term that
does.
you're looking for is aftertaste.
Yeah.
That's the term I wanted. Aftertaste. The aftertaste, usually I don't like aftertaste. This aftertaste is happy.
But it actually does feel like a complete cross section of the two.
Yeah, it does.
Like, it does taste like a glazed donut mixed with an everything bagel.
Chris, in 34 minutes, you're going to know exactly what we're talking about.
I want to know what you're talking about now.
What 34 minutes?
Not 34.
You're going to get it, probably. That is, unless we keep eating.
Just
and
say
I know there's no reason to stop.
Oh, you know I love a donut. And I love an everything bagel. You know me.
I like a donut.
I like a donut. I can't believe you just said that. I like a donut.
That's my thing. They call me Donut Boy.
They do call him Donut Boy.
That's because of your asshole.
You know, all this time you're saying people call you these things. We're your only friends, Chris. And we don't call you that.
Oh, come on. He's got the morning mashup.
1/3 of the morning mashup.
He texted me from a morning mashup party. This is how weird it is. It was Zito's engagement party. When Zito worked here, Chris hated him, wouldn't have anything to do with him.
Nope.
Wouldn't work with him at all. And then later, they're the best of pals.
What happened there?
I don't know. We're tight since he went down to 19th floor. You know.
Oh, is that where he works?
Yeah, he's on 19th floor now.
I didn't realize that. I just thought he was so busy I never see him.
I always think when I don't see him up here, he's gone.
He's usually gone. Like most of the year, he's on the road or just running around the city for various events. But when he's here, he's on 19.
Oh, I hate to be on 19.
It's
Have
weird.
you ever been there, Gail?
I've never been. I didn't
That's
even
a horrible place.
Yeah.
I didn't
Seventh
even realize
circle of
it was an
hell.
option for
Oh,
me.
yeah.
Wait, so you have to get a different elevator then?
Yeah, you have to go down to the bottom, go to the other bank, go up to 19.
That's insanity.
It's like purgatory.
The only good thing about it is you can openly smoke weed on that
Yeah.
floor.
That doesn't sound so bad.
None of the bosses go there. It's fucking Degenerateville.
I didn't know where anything is down there. I had to go down there one time, and I asked 5 different people, hey, do you know where this room is? And they were all like, go that way.
Yeah, they don't even know each other.
No. Are the interns allowed to have these?
As long as Chris
As long as
doesn't.
Chris doesn't bite one, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
This is fucked up.
You're going to get yours. You just have to
where
wait.
You you're giving it to the interns? Okay. That's fine.
You gotta watch these two eat these delicious donuts.
Now what? You know what? Come here. Bring them in. Bring them back. If they want it, they've got to come over here.
You can
Yeah.
trust me with the
Enjoy
I
donuts.
don't fucking trust you. You would be able to overpower those two so quickly.
Give me a
that I will
donut.
only permit them to eat here.
And he would, too. You're
yeah,
right.
of course he would. He can't be trusted.
This booth's a safe space.
Now, I feel like Cashmere, the wild cat of the Bennington show, you seem like you have a decent palate.
I refine myself on that.
So, on the top of this, what are we looking at? Is there garlic? Is there?
Well, when I was chatting with my girl Tori down there, waiting for these to glaze up, you have she said you got a lot of different everything spices. You have a little garlic, a little poppy, and then she said there's a secret, and I think that's the Asian spice that Gail was detecting. She said there's a little secret. I was like, okay.
When Gail said Asian spice, she also pulled her eyes back.
Why are you?
I did not see that.
I didn't want to.
Okay.
How was the place? What's it called?
Donut Project.
Yeah.
And it was beautiful inside. They had like they told me 3 times that the espresso machine there was the Ferrari of espresso machines, but I kept on thinking it was like part of a Ferrari. So I was like, "Oh my god, that's so like cool how you guys redid it." They're like, "No, we didn't do anything like that." But
way to embarrass the show, Kashmir.
Yeah, I was like, they're like, "There's a ruby in it." I was like, "Ooh, it's from India." It wasn't. It's not from India. So
by the way, I never get these kind of conversations with people or think of somebody as my girl.
You never chat up
No.
someone in line?
You never met Tori then, let me tell you. But I did get into a fight there.
With who?
There.
Yeah, you did.
That's what you say last?
That's how in demand these are. Some woman ran in right when they brought out the 12 donuts. And they were all sitting there like cooling off a little bit because Tori didn't want them to melt in the box. Yeah, 'cause she was looking out for me. And this woman walks in and she was like, "I need one of those." And they're like, "Sorry, we're sold out for the day." He called in an order for pickup. Those were all his. And she turns to me, "Do you really need 12 donuts?" And I was like, "I do, but you know what I don't need? This attitude on a Friday morning." Yeah.
Kashmir.
Yeah.
He gets catty.
That wake up call, yeah. She ran.
Kashmir.
That sounds like a medical procedure.
So what did you think?
I'm just going to stick with my catchphrase that I just don't give a fuck.
You don't give a fuck, huh?
And I think it sucks.
Really?
Yeah.
Now, Kashmir, what do you think?
I'm loving it. It's bad. Like, I hate that I found this out when I have spring break coming up because I'm usually trying to be good, but these are amazing.
Well, there's, I know that you always worry about that kind of stuff. Let me go to Joey. He's the health guy. He's the health nut for the show.
Mm-hmm.
How do you end up getting that summer body that you have?
You have to build it in the winter. And it takes a lot of discipline and dedication in order to obtain it.
You can't just start summer bodies in the summer?
You need to do it in the winter.
Then why are they called summer bodies?
You'll end up with an autumn body, I think, if you start working.
Yeah, exactly.
And what good's that going to do for you? All right, so Jam Band doesn't like it, so Chris will not be getting his.
Because of Jam Band?
That's what we were saying. If everyone liked it, then you would get yours.
I thought I was going to get one in like
we
28
established
minutes.
that already.
Why? What time did you expect to get it?
At 1:04?
Let's move it to 1:14.
Why 10 more minutes? Because of Jam Band? Because of JB?
Doesn't matter. First of all, you acting like time doesn't matter. You were late for 2 fucking shows today. And a scope.
I know. So I feel really bad about that. I didn't have a watch on. That's why I was late for this show. Or I overslept for the morning show.
I've never known you to have a watch.
I don't think you do.
I might have to invest in one.
First of all, it's the 90s. No one even wears a watch anymore. We have smart phones.
Smizzard.
Yeah. My smartphone acts like they know who's going to win every match. I like that you're willing to get into a fucking fight.
Oh, yeah. Come on. Yeah. Not only for the show, but for some food.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like south of, like, when you go down there, like, there's no, like, real street numbers, so there's no real power, you know what I mean? Because up here, you have to be like, there's a grid system, but down there, it's all fucked up. So everyone it's all eyes, like, every man for themselves.
Wait, Gail, did you take that picture with your phone, or did you get it from their thing?
No, I took it with my phone.
Your fucking phone is badass. Look at that.
It's beautiful.
It looks like you could be a food photographer.
Oh, that's very nice. Still think it sucks, though.
Oh, it's so nice.
That fucking Jam Band is just, he does not like things.
Nope.
He's the salty one.
You know what? He's tough but fair. That's the thing about him.
I don't think he's fair. I think he's tough but unfair.
He tells it like it is.
Gorilla Bob is making fun of me for having a half slice of a donut. You have a half slice? Give me 2.
I love them. I think they're great.
Eric, what's up? Eric.
Hey, Ron, how you doing? You mentioned Mark Zito, and I just want to bring up that you said one of the most brutal things I ever heard to a person. You just unprovoked said, Mark, you've got a face like shrimp bacon.
Like Like strip bacon. That seems fucking awful.
Cool.
I'm glad I grew out of that.
That's something that Rubio
I'm so
would say.
nice and easy going down. That was my Rubio period. I don't know why I was such an angry young man. Well, everybody, I'm going to do a little contest. Whoever wins gets to eat Chris's.
I give it away.
I love this.
I got 26 minutes to go.
But you don't want it to have the taste and the conversation that we had. You know what? The difference between you and Jamban, I respect Jamban for giving an opinion. You just want a house of fucking donut. You wouldn't care if it was a chocolate glazed Dunkin' Donut. You just want to house it.
Look, I'm going to chew. I'm going to taste. I'm going to digest. It's going to be. I want to take. I love and everything.
Okay, here's what I'm going to say to you then. You can get a full donut at $1.14, or you can get a slim, tiny piece of a donut now, and that'll be it. You want the taste now, or wait to $1.14?
I kind of want the taste now.
Okay.
You're an idiot.
Get a knife.
How slim are we talking about?
Well, he's going to slice it for you right now.
Doesn't even have any of the stuff.
But I want the everything, though. Make sure there's some everything on that slice.
Trouble in paradise over there. Honeymoon's
Chris,
over.
you're going to get the something, not the everything.
All right, I'll go run this in.
Well, there's your thin slice. You know what? Put it in front of him before we bring it up. There it is. It's about 1/24. Put it in front of him, and we'll see what happens.
Jesus Christ, that's slim.
Right. But you don't have to make your decision now. Just go and actually put it under his armpits where you can smell it, and it's up to you whether you eat it or you get the full.
So this is like a test of discipline, you know?
No, it isn't. A test would mean there could be one answer or another. This is a slam dunk.
Give it to me, Cashmere. Seriously.
Cashmere is fucking tonic.
Oh, yeah.
Look,
he's feeling confident.
Did you just fucking lick it, Chris?
He smelled it so close to his nose that it touched the tip of his nose. God, you're weird. You're so weird.
He just licked it.
No. He's sick. He has no self-control.
Don't, Chris.
There it goes. There it goes.
Yeah. You can't
doing it.
Eat it like...
I got some of the something.
So it really took you a second before you came in. A fucking full second.
Oh my God.
You know, I'm just licking the cream cheese at this point, but it tastes delicious.
Yes. What? You've chosen.
Yes.
You've licked the cream cheese. It's yours now.
Cashmere, want to split this?
No. You're off. You're not getting the full donut.
Yeah.
Well, then I'm going to eat it then. Fuck it.
Yes. Nobody did. Oh.
Chew with your mouth.
It tastes like an everything fucking bagel. This is good.
Yeah. That's your last bite, I guess.
Wow, that aftertaste video was talking about is delicious. I can imagine what all... No, something just came out of my mouth.
What do you think he got? Did he even get 100th of a donut?
Far less than that.
Maybe by a fraction.
No, that was these donuts. These are big fucking everything donuts.
This is the rest of that donut.
Yeah, that's like
it's going in the trash.
It looks like a full donut.
We can sell it now for the same price.
I almost said no, Jamban. Hold up the one that he actually had a piece of. Oh, that is it.
Don't waste the everything.
That's the thing about Cashmere. If he didn't try to get in a cat fight every minute, he could have turned around and probably sold 2 of those donuts for what the other 10 cost, and we would have been eating free donuts. Instead of, well, first of all, change your fucking attitude.
You stupid cunt.
There's 2 things you need to change, lady. Your attitude and your purse. Because you look like a fucking mailman from Plantation, Florida.
Harsh, Cashmere.
Just wanted a donut.
You just told me your roots were bad too.
He was so much nicer when his chin was bad.
Gentler back then. Chris, I can't believe that's all you had. It was so good.
Come on, let's get the rest of that donut in here. What's the big
No,
problem?
you made your decision. You sold your soul.
And not even the rock and roll. Oh, you're a fuck up.
You have the least amount of self-control I've ever seen on a person.
It's in front of my face. I gotta taste it.
No one even required for you to smell
Here's
it.
the
We
thing.
didn't even say you must tempt yourself to the point of cracking.
Now that he's sitting around with that dirty white T-shirt on, can you not see that he's based his whole life on Andrew WK?
Yeah.
Everything about you is him.
I love that man.
His shirt's so stained it looks like an everything bagel.
Oh, snap!
He's fucked you up, dude.
You know what? Joe's a piece of garbage. And I hope something terrible happens to
I
him.
tried to help you today.
He really did.
Man, Chris, you really messed up by cutting that hair because you really would be like.
I know. That's
such
how
an-
he used to base himself on Andrew WK.
What have you done?
I remember years ago when Chris first started with us, it was Chris's birthday. So she has to have a meeting with me, right? I don't even know that it's his birthday. And she's like, Chris is the world's biggest Andrew WK fan. So I'm ready. My fucking lip is bleeding from biting on it and laughing and trying not to give it away. And she's like, I'm trying to bring Andrew WK in as a surprise for him on the air. Would that be okay? And I go, it's better than okay. This is the best radio idea I've ever heard of. I was so fucking happy. And then, as usual, it didn't work out for him.
That's weird. His music's amazing, though. I saw him on New Year's a couple years ago. Did the whole Party Hard album. It was seriously amazing.
I only know this album from playing Madden. I know this so this is a big Madden. And you know that you're playing Madden too much when you're singing along with the songs.
The soundtrack's great.
When I'm trying to put the Eagles in a throwback uniform. And then that time that Andrew WK was playing was it the drums for 24 straight hours?
Yeah, over in Times Square.
So we set Fez over there while we were watching it on the camera because they were running it on the internet, and we set Fez over with a phone, and I had him just like Fez pull up his shirt and start drumming his belly while it was happening, and you could see it. And Andrew WK saw him doing it and was like, give him the thumbs up, like, yeah, dude, that's positivity. He was so fucking happy.
He's the best.
Yeah, he's something. This could have been Chris if Chris would have just... Look how much Chris looks like.
I know. Why did you cut your hair, dude?
I don't know. It was one drunken day in Montreal.
Montreal. It was one drunken day in Montreal.
Is that when you were up there collecting beaver pelts? I was in Montreal. It is Chris Stanley.
You ever hear the conspiracy about Andrew WK that it's like multiple dudes and that it's like the original Andrew WK is just a performance piece?
Dude, I'm going to be honest here. I've never heard anything about Andrew WK unless you were saying it.
So did you tell me?
I probably have over the years multiple times.
Andrew WK, Chris's first love.
Oh, God, yes. He's so positive and fun.
Where did you see him playing at?
Irving Plaza.
Remember when he had his own club in New York for a while?
He still has it, Santos Party House.
Is that... I'm sorry, didn't he have his own party house here in the city?
Yeah, it's very popular still.
All right, it's the Bennington Show. By the way, a week from tomorrow is GPS Los Angeles, the 1960s. Looking forward to that one.
That is on Deep Tracks, Channel 27, 3 p.m. East.
Sweet. Now, Chris tells us that Cecil the lion has caused a weird thing in Africa.
All right, so Cecil the lion, when he got killed by that dentist, everyone freaked out. And now hunters, the big game hunters, are like, we're not going to go hunting in Zimbabwe anymore. We're going to stay away from that because of all the bad press that the dentist got. So because of that, now there's overpopulation of lions in Zimbabwe, and the Zimbabwe government is considering going out and killing 200 lions.
But here's the deal. The problem with that lion is not so much that it was a wild lion that the guy stalked and killed. He killed a fucking pet. So it's a totally different situation.
Yeah, it was on a reserve where they were supposed to be protected.
Yes,
as well.
and it actually was named.
Yeah. Cecil.
They followed it. They managed to get it
So
off the
how are you
reservation.
tying these two stories in together is what we're asking you.
Because just it happenstance is that this lion gets killed. Sure, it was illegal, but now that's getting all the other big game hunters to not even go to Zimbabwe because they're
I'm
all
not even
freaked out.
believing this story at all.
You think that now, it made other people who already hunted lions legally? It's
Wait
like,
a minute.
now-
What is going on here? I'm looking up. Trump is holding a press conference, and Chris Christie is with him. Give me sound on that.
Oh my God!
Is he picking a VP?
Absolutely appreciate him as a person and as a friend. Secondly, I've been on that stage. I've gotten to know all the people on that stage. And there is no one who is better prepared to provide America with the strong leadership that it needs, both at home and around the world, than Donald Trump. He is, looking at the 5 people on that stage last night, the clear standout and the person who will do exactly what needs to be done to make America a leader around the world again. He'll provide strong, unequivocal leadership. He will do what needs to be done to protect the American people, first and foremost, both in the homeland and in creating jobs for this country. And he will make sure that people around the world know that America keeps its word again. Donald Trump is someone who, when he makes a promise, he keeps it. I've experienced that over my long friendship with him. And what the American people and our allies around the world are going to understand is that Donald Trump is someone who keeps his word, and that means America will keep its word again. Third, there is no doubt in my mind, and I've been saying this right from the time I entered the campaign, that the single most important thing for the Republican Party is to nominate the person who gives us the best chance to beat Hillary Clinton. I can guarantee you that the one person that Hillary and Bill Clinton do not want to see on that stage come next September is Donald Trump. They know how to run the standard political playbook against junior senators and run them around the block. They do not know the playbook with Donald Trump because he is rewriting the playbook. He is rewriting the playbook of American politics because he's providing strong leadership that's not dependent upon the status quo. And so the best person to beat Hillary Clinton in November on that stage last night is undoubtedly Donald Trump. And so I am thrilled to be here this morning to lend my support.
Christie 2016, folks.
Look it up!
Yes!
Wow.
Holy shit!
Wow. Now, any fucking good heat that Rubio might have felt last night is gone and gone forever. Trump and Christie, New York and New Jersey bonding together. 2 guys with a hot temper and always holding grudges and ready to get even. Fuck it. Man, that's gigantic for Trump. Not only does he got the governor of New Jersey, but a guy who was part of this campaign, part of every single debate up until recently. Christie lines himself up to be the perfect VP for Donald Trump because, let's face it, they talked shorthand with each other, you know?
Right.
This is wild, man.
I think that there's nothing that the lightweight choker can do after this union has now been made.
Nothing.
He was feeling so confident after last night. You saw his face. I can't imagine how he feels right now. A powerhouse like Christie?
I don't even know what they mean by a lightweight choker, if he can only choke lightweight people, or if he's just lightweight and he gets choked.
He chokes himself.
Oh, ew.
It's natural.
That's the only way he gets off.
No. Chris.
That's fantastic. That is fantastic. Let's face it, this fucking election is over. Rubio, you're gone. You're done. You're history. And it's all about Trump Christie 2016.
That's it. It's done. It's locked up. Don't even worry about it.
I don't even know why. This is the worst thing that the Clintons have ever heard. They're done. This is like him having Trump now has his own Bill Clinton.
Rubio's already pissed drunk. He doesn't know what the hell's going on.
What? Is he?
Oh, yeah.
Why would he be drunk?
Because he's drinking out of depression because he knows it's over.
Oh, because that's what you do. Chris.
Yeah, if I was
got
running
a
for
feeling
president.
that you and Vito, you have the same voices. It's almost like you're fucking blowing each other.
I'm not blowing Vito for the last time.
Yeah, he's not the.
I guess the only thing Rubio can do now is claim Peter Sarsgaard as his running mate.
By the way, Ann Coulter wrote, Chris Christie endorses Trump. He's finally cut the cord with Wall Street. The old Christie is back. It's not easy to be forgiven in politics. Twitter is going crazy. They're so excited about this.
This is huge. Huge.
Bigger than life.
I mean, he can't really pick anyone else. Makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Why did I not see this?
I didn't see it coming at all. This was shocking to me. Shocking. Gail, you told us that you've got some departed news about Whitey Bulger.
Yes. So recently, evidence was released, documents saying that Whitey Bulger, who is in prison, of course, was caught masturbating in his prison cell by one of the guards.
What?
And they put him in the hole for 30 days.
30 days in the hole.
He got 30 days of solitary for touching his penis, which is more sad even than what I'm describing, because he's claiming that he was applying a medicated ointment to his penis, and he was not masturbating. And their issue also was that he was masturbating with the lights on. And he said, I always have the lights on. I have to always have the lights on because of the LSD effects when I had LSD experiments done on me.
Really?
Yes. So he says he can never have the lights out because it freaks him out too much. So they put this 85-year-old man in the hole for 30 days for touching his own penis.
Yeah, but if he's in the hole for 30 days, it's all he's going to be doing is touching his penis.
Well, he doesn't want to touch his penis constantly. He only want to do it for a while.
He just wanted to do it the once.
Look how satisfied you were with a tiny slice of donut.
Need more, though.
But the really sad thing is that they released what he had said in his defense, and he said, I'm 85 years old. My sex life is over. Like, I was not touching myself. I'm 85. It's not something I do.
I don't sit around and jack. My dick doesn't work that way.
It seems like cruel and unusual punishment, though. For touching your own penis?
I don't care. You act like that's better than touching someone else's penis.
Yeah. It's consensual. Anytime you touch your own penis, it's consensual.
I don't know. I've woken up sometimes. I'm just like, what's my right hand doing?
Eric, by the way, that wasn't your hand. That's probably why you were so confused by it. Eric Alexander tweeted this to it. Fuck it. The Democrats can have my guns, cash, and vote. That's how done he is with this. Let me tell you something. Chris Christie said the right thing. When Trump makes a promise, he keeps it.
That's true.
Like, I'll fucking get you. We'll always do that. So, Chris, what was our original time? I said 104, right?
Yeah, 104, and then it moved to 114. But
forget the 114. I'm looking at 104 now. Remind me.
Okay.
When it's 104.
I will.
Well, unless you're going to be another 25 minutes late with that.
No, I will be on time.
Yeah, you're on time for that.
Just,
Jose said last night's show did seem to be a fight for second place. Pepper Boy working, Trump and Chris Christie working together is a great idea. Just look at Atlantic City. It's fucking funny as shit. Boy, Trump's place looked like such a shit house, though, down there. That place was just embarrassing.
Really shitty. Really terrible.
It wasn't as classy as the south of the border fucking stop on 95. Oh, man, that is so fun. Just when it seemed like Trump was dead in the water, he's back.
Bigger than ever. He's a juggernaut.
Ann Coulter also said this. Meanwhile, the bombshell in Trump's tax returns appears to be his paying for Mitt Romney's sex change operation.
What the fuck?
I love when the Republicans hate each other. It's so fucking great. All the Republicans saying how much they hate fucking Mitt Romney was me 3 years ago. There's no way I could have fucking voted for that asshole. My worst thing that I saw about Mitt Romney, and he kept talking about the fucking troops, right? And then they showed what he was doing during Vietnam, and he had gotten out of the war for, I don't know, religious or school purposes, and he was riding on a bike around France trying to turn fucking French people into Mormons.
Oh, God.
You know they didn't turn one fucking French guy as it is. That's a wasted fucking trip. You're over there, you got wine, you got bread, you got fucking French hot chicks, and you're like, yeah, tell me all about the Utah fucking place.
I like that Trump just said, no one even talks to Mitt anymore. No one cares about him. He's forgotten.
If this country was civilized, they would chop up Mitt Romney with an axe. And I would like to hear Trump say that. I'll give him that fucking bit. Instead, he's free to go wherever he wants with his craziness. He was so stupid the last election. He was so dumb.
Oh, God.
He barely even wanted it.
What do you think the liar and the lightweight choker are doing right now?
They've
got to be freaking.
They're shaking.
You know they woke up this morning feeling good.
It was perfect timing because you don't want to make an announcement like that, or you don't want to have like a big endorsement on a day that you're already riding high.
Yeah, you're exactly right. This is like Obama has that really big thing at the Democratic convention, and you're like, fuck, it's 10 times bigger than any other convention speech. Obama fucking crushed it. This thing is over. And then John McCain goes walking out there with Sarah, and that speech was forgotten about that quickly.
Yeah.
The media just dropped that speech, and we're like, who is Sarah and where is Alaska? This is so exciting. It's smart. This is fucking brilliant. Christie said the decision to endorse Trump was made as a family. Yeah, a fucking mafia family. Don't let yourself say fucking family when you look like you do to the rest of the country.
It was an offer you couldn't refuse? Is that what you're saying?
He should have just showed up wearing a white robe, looking like he was getting his paper. All right, Hummer John says this to Liz Sets Fire. You were great on the show last week. Nice to hear your voice. Way to class up the studio. What are we, fucking scumbags?
Well, come on, man.
Liz Sets Fire comes in and finally brings us her grace and confidence.
What the funk is that supposed to mean? I don't get it.
All right, Sponge Steve says, jerking in a jail is looked the same way as it is in a public park. You have no right to privacy in a prison. You also sit and take a shit in front of anyone. So if that's not offensive, jacking should be in the same place.
I would rather walk in on someone masturbating than take a shit. I'll say that right now.
All right, Larry and Yonkers is starting Joey Jojo quotes.
Nice.
Your shirt is so stained it looks like an everything bagel.
Hell yeah. More to come on Joey Jojo quotes.
This is bullshit.
Now they're writing Trump and Plump. 2016. Very, very exciting. An exciting day. Chris Christie, hopefully the next Vice President of the United States of America.
God willing.
Who do you think Hillary? Who would you pick if you were Hillary as your VP?
I don't know. I was thinking about this the other day because I was thinking that if Sanders were to get the nomination, I think he would take Elizabeth Warren. And
Right.
people would go fucking crazy because she's beloved.
Yeah.
But I have no idea. I have a hard time figuring out who would it be.
Is this crazy? I mean, you want to go with something people are going to recognize and say, "Oh my God, I didn't see that coming," though. You know,
Mm-hmm.
Yao Ming. You just get the world's
That'd be
tallest
good.
Chinaman out
Do
there.
it.
You know,
Dress them the same.
Yeah.
He's good in the paint, too.
I mean, how can you be bad in the paint when you're 7'9"?
Yeah.
Guy's
you're going to be.
dominant.
It's the only thing you're going to do is be in the paint.
That's all he has. Also, Ron, it's 104.
Oh, it is. Well, it's actually 105, Chris.
Oh,
so 104 is Chris's time to get the donut, and since he didn't eat the other little piece,
yeah.
Oh wait,
No,
he did.
he did. Yeah. He did eat that
He
piece.
licked it and smelled it.
Yeah,
and then he stuffed it in his mouth.
All right, so take Chris's donut and slice it up for everyone to enjoy.
Come on! I thought I was Why does everyone else get to enjoy another one?
Thanks, Chris.
Because the house bet against you.
I don't even want this shit.
He's
All right, then
cranky
you get-
today.
yeah.
Thanks for nothing, Jim.
Then you know what? To be fair, give your piece to Vito.
Vito gets extra.
Cliff, Long Island, what's up?
Yeah, he's going to pick Kasich. He's not picking the New Jersey guy. He's picking Kasich.
And what would his reasoning behind Kasich be?
Think about it. He's a Midwest guy. He's a balanced budget. He was a governor.
Yeah, I don't think any of that stuff impresses. I mean, Kasich has shown that the fact that he's losing to Trump in his own state, it just goes that he's not going to bring anything to the ticket. You're saying, will he do a good job? Who cares about doing a good job yet? You want to win an election.
Thank you so much for this.
Chris, your donut is
I think having a New
so
Jersey
good.
guy, New York guy, is going to alienate the rest of the country. I think that's a mistake.
Guess what? Fuck the rest of the country. You know, you're the same thing as everybody from Long Island. You hate New Jersey, and you act like Billy Joel was better than Bruce Springsteen.
Just stop with that.
I'm from the island and Billy Joel sucks.
God, he's really
Yeah, it's not like you
moody
like
guy.
Springsteen either. That's the
I like Springsteen.
That's the problem with you.
He's a little black rain cloud.
Yeah, he is. Oh, he's darkness on the edge of town, that one. All right, let's take a break here. Everybody take a big bite of Chris's donut.
I just want the donut. A piece.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chris.
I ain't giving to you guys.
Wait,
Thanks so much.
let's hear what you had to say with a full mouth.
Thank you, Chris.
I hate Joe
There's so many listeners
Don't pull that.
hate that.
Really?
They hate to hear anybody even having the slightest bit of fucking taste on the air.
He's hungry.
He is hungry.
Let him enjoy.
I don't know who do they go out to dinner with. You know, like I can't go out to dinner with anyone. They're eating food. It's so gross. We'll be right back. Vito wants to take the stick here. He's excited. It's the Bennington Show.
Let Bennington know how you feel. Call 844-ROCK-GOD on Raw Dog 99, Sirius XM's Comedy Club.
All right, this is very exciting news. We announced a couple of moments ago, right here on the Bennington Show, exclusively, that Chris Christie had endorsed Donald Trump. Another endorsement has just come in for Donald Trump from the Genovese crime family. The Genovese crime family
That's a get.
is
Such a big get.
following. Also, one more great endorsement. Before he went into the hole, Whitey Bulger is
wondering who he was
It
going
was
to go
just
for.
an ointment. by the
Trump
way.
has also got the endorsement of Charles Manson,
Makes sense.
Squeaky, and Tex.
Yes!
Are all with him together.
Huge day.
This is massive for him.
The guy that killed his family and then said that he was the writer from the New York Times has given his endorsement to Donald Trump. Yeah. ISIS has just thrown their vote for Donald
They're
Trump.
unstoppable.
Chris Stanley, the only person here to not have more than a sliver of that donut. Now, Chris, hold it up so we can see it, Vito. Hold up.
Oh, man. It's a whole fucking everything donut.
If you can answer 3 trivia questions, you get that donut.
Shoot.
Number 1, what is the nickname Ari Shaffir gave you yesterday that all the listeners were writing in this morning on Twitter?
Drop Queen.
Okay.
That is right.
One.
That's one.
Yeah.
God.
I'm the Drop
All right,
Queen.
Number 2, okay?
Yes.
Are you ready for this?
Yeah.
What was the joke that I said after Chris Christie? What was the first that I said endorsement that came in for Donald Trump after that?
The Genovese crime family.
Oh!
Yes! Rubio.
Yeah. And Chris Stanley, here it is. What is your middle name?
William.
There it is, Billy Boy.
Just say Rubio. Rubio. Rubio.
Oh, I can't wait for that donut. The world is mine, you know?
Well, the donut is. Have one of your interns come in and pick it up.
Cashmere, get that donut.
And as a way of saying it, we're all going to touch the donut, though.
Good. All right, yeah. I want
He
it.
doesn't mind.
I prefer it.
They just started fingering your donut.
That's fine. Because I'm going to eat it out later.
I won't eat anything now because of what Vito was just doing to that donut. He finger banged it. Hey, up on the iBank today, our buddy Tom Papa, and the story that he told the other day of being bumped for Steve Martin. That was a great story. That's a great picture of Tom Papa, too.
That's a very nice
You
picture.
love the Tom Papa?
I loved hanging out with Tom Papa.
Yeah, he's really, really sweet guy.
He was so great and so funny.
And it looks like those weird XM things are coming out of his head there.
It's a good effect.
He is a good listener.
Yeah, that makes him the best.
Joe, you're on fire today.
Yeah, Joe, he came in as the number one guy. Forget about it. Chris, you got your donut?
Yeah.
Take a big bite.
See, this is why
Yeah.
this whole conversation started. Ew.
No.
Oh, God.
See what the listeners go through?
That's good, man. That's a good everything donut. Because I get like the donut taster first, because it's like creamy, with that cream cheese glaze. But now I'm tasting that sweet everything flavor.
What?
Because it's like all the things
It's
together.
not sweet, it's savory.
Not
You
like
mean sweet like awesome.
Yeah.
It's just
Not
confusing.
literally sweet.
That's why you'd be a terrible food critic.
Oh, can I be a drop queen for a second?
You want to be a drop
yeah.
queen?
I want to say Joe List is recording his comedy album tonight and tomorrow night for Comedy Central up in Helium, up in Buffalo. Go to heliumcomedy.com for tickets.
Dudes, do yourself a favor. Go see Joe List.
Absolutely.
If you're anywhere near Buffalo, he is so goddamn funny.
You need to shuffle off to Buffalo.
Or Buffalo off the shuffle.
Things I love. 1, Joe List. 2, Everything Donuts.
3.
Chris Christie.
You're playing him in the movie, by the way.
Gotta get some more donuts then.
Well, not really.
If anything, we got to put you on a treadmill. Oh, we have fun, right? We have fun.
We'd love to
You know
laugh.
what? We tease each other because we're that comfortable with each other. You know?
I kind of feel bad
But
about myself.
we know that's not true because your donuts still exist. And you always feel good when you got, as you call it, Mo Bites.
It was good, man.
Eating it like points there.
I just went, ew, for real. Oh.
Actually, ew.
All right, Vito, it's time for you to take the stick. What do you got for us today?
Well, I grew up loving SNL, like many other people, and I noticed that all these great political figures have had a bunch of people play them, but there's always two that stick out in your mind that do it the best. So I put together this list of the two people who did the best job portraying these political figures.
All right.
So the first two...
Wait, I thought we had an opening.
Yeah.
It's Bennington Show Live with Ron Bennington, Gail Bennington, featuring Chris Stanley Bennington, Joey Jojo Bennington, Vito Bennington, Kashmir, with musical guests, Jam Band. And now, here's your hosts, Ron and Gail Bennington.
Let me just say, the voice is pretty good.
Yeah.
But the fact that it was so much longer than the Rubio bit.
It was at least 3 times the length. We wanted that Rubio to keep going.
Also, I would have started everybody and then had Chris as the thing.
I like the
Donut already
musical.
gone?
It's gone?
It's gone.
He
And it was
doesn't
damn
savor.
good.
He doesn't savor.
He won't savor the
Yeah.
flavor.
He bites Tootsie Pops. He does. He's a Tootsie Pop biter. All right, so I don't know where you're going with this. It's what are we playing?
So I'm going to give you two people who played a person from SNL.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to tell me who you think did a better job impersonating that person.
All right.
So first up, we have President Bill Clinton.
All right, so before we do that, up on the iBang, this is called Who Wore It Best, and people can vote as well?
Yes, there's a poll on the website.
All right.
People can go vote on who they think.
All right, so who played Bill Clinton best? All right, give it to us.
Well, there were 5 people overall to play him.
Wow, I had no idea that.
Yeah, 5 people. Phil Hartman, Michael McKean, Daryl Hammond, Dana Carvey, and Beck Bennett.
Wow.
All played Clinton.
I don't remember Carvey playing him at all.
Yeah,
I
me either.
It was like 1 or 2 times, but still put on that classic white wig. Now, I think it's pretty obvious here. The 2 best people to do it were Hartman and Hammond. They were the 2 ones who most people will look at and remember doing it.
Right.
So, my pick for best Clinton is Phil Hartman.
Really? Maybe I feel like Daryl Hammond.
Daryl Hammond got the most fame for it.
Yes.
But I remember when Phil Hartman played it first and they were, he was getting a donut and he goes, we'll keep this from the First Lady. And he goes, oh, we're going to keep a lot of things from the First Lady. That was one of those major, major fucking laughs. And really is the way that I feel about him too.
Now, that surprises me that that's your pick because I feel like for me, Phil Hartman stands out in my mind because that's kind of the cast that when I was young, I kind of locked in on that and remember him playing it first. But I would have thought that people would have felt like Daryl Hammond nailed the impression of him better.
Daryl did it longest over the course of the thing and was invited to the White House to do it.
Right.
And still does it to this day.
Yeah.
And he's the one that I think invented the little thumb going out there like that, which everybody since then does it now.
Yeah, that little wink and the thumb up, tiny
Chris,
thumb up.
who do you...
It's Daryl Hammond, 100%. Sorry, Phil.
And Joe?
Daryl Hammond. I think his impression's better.
Well, the reason I chose Phil Hartman is because I think he brings some personality to Bill Clinton that makes Bill Clinton Bill Clinton.
Yeah.
Like, he was the fun guy. When he was doing it since 86, since before he was even the president, back when he was just the fun guy doing saxophone on places.
Oh, no, hold on. He wasn't doing the fun saxophone guy in 86. He wasn't even known until like 88.
he was doing it. His first appearance, I think, was in '86.
This is stunning to me because the
Really?
first time that I think America paid any attention to the governor of Arkansas is when he went out at the Democratic convention and talked too long. And then Johnny Carson brought him on the show the next night because everybody was fucking going crazy. Like, why is this dude still talking? And then he didn't play the saxophone on Arsenio till 92 when he was running.
If his first appearance was 86, that would really surprise me. Like, I think that would be the coolest thing if you ended up having an impression that you did and then you watched that person's political career take off.
Yeah.
Because I know that there's so much of that on SNL where you're actually hoping for someone to do better or to have a big news story because you have that impression.
Mm-hmm.
So you could imagine if you had like a smaller political figure and then they just started to like shoot up in popularity.
Well, that's the way I was with Chris Christie and Donald Trump. I remember when there were nobodies.
Yeah, and you were right. You were right there.
Mm-hmm. It was the three of us. We used to call ourselves the Three Mouseketeers because we all love Mickey Mouse Club and we'd get together after school.
Is there room for a third running mate?
I hope so. I hope it could be the vice president. I could be the vice president in charge of Vice magazine, now website, and
cable channel.
Cable channel. All right, so you went Phil Hartman,
I went
right?
Phil Hartman.
I also went Phil Hartman. Gail, you went?
I went Phil Hartman, but I was surprised that he went because I thought that Hammond would get the youth vote.
Put the vote in. That's 3-2 on at least our show. Everybody can go and vote along and be part of this. It's pretty neck and neck right now if we're going to believe this. All right, what is you could go and vote up on the iBank, but I kind of like this bit. Who wore it best? But you're doing like a little People magazine joke,
Yeah, I thought
right?
it was cute. I thought it would be like, who wore it best?
Yeah, which I would have put that in my intro, but that's just me. I'm a little old school that way. All right.
Our next person is Hillary Clinton, the wife of Bill Clinton.
Mm-hmm.
Your two choices now. A lot of people might think Anna Gasteyer would be a great choice for that, but my argument for her not being one of those two, she just played the wife of the first. She just played the first lady.
Right.
Kate McKinnon and Amy Poehler are the two that actually played Hillary as Hillary and played her as like her own political figure. So I chose those two as the best embodiment.
This isn't even a close one for me, even though the last one before this was close. I got mine. Why don't you pick yours first?
Mine is Kate McKinnon.
Go ahead.
Well, I just think when you watch specifically the sketch where they're together, where it's Amy and Kate together, she just pretty much blows her away. And it feels like Hillary's just doing these weird facial movements that aren't even what Hillary did. And Amy's doing a lot more of, Kate is doing a lot more of actual Hillary, like pauses and very emotionless, robotic gestures that she's literally in the news for right now.
All right, what do you got, Chris?
I prefer Miss Amy Poehler.
This isn't close for me. Amy Poehler is actually doing an impression. Kate is just playing another one of her loony characters and doesn't even slightly remind me of Hillary Clinton.
But that's what I think Amy's doing in it. Like, she does this weird laugh that I don't even think Hillary does.
Yeah, but you're going by just the last episode. She did this for fucking years before that. Joe, what do you got?
I had Kate McKinnon as well.
All right, so it's all coming down to Gail.
I know this is going to surprise you because I'm a big fan of the one I'm not picking, but I'm going to have to say it's Kate McKinnon.
Wow.
I love her.
There is nothing, in my opinion, that's Hillary Clinton about that.
But I think that's the same. Like she always did the laugh, like the crazed laugh, and I've never really thought that was very Hillary-esque. I enjoyed her Hillary while it existed, but I think Kate's is the best.
Wow. All right. Put the vote in. This, by the way, who's leading so far in that?
So far, we have Amy Poehler leading.
Damn.
That's right.
Over Kate
We
McKinnon.
could have had that, Chris. We could have been with the winners.
I feel like a goddamn crazy person.
It looks close, though.
Nope, not close at all. I mean, you're right. If that was an election, it's a blowout. We're calling it now. I mean, that South Carolina wasn't even that fucking close.
It's a load of horse shit.
Thank you, Chris. You know what? Now that you've eaten a donut, you're a lot easier to get along with. You're not as razor sharp mean as you were before.
You're also stopped drooling, so that's good. And licking the window.
All right, let's move over to the next one.
Next one is current President Barack Obama. Only 2 people have played him. We got Fred Armisen and Jay Farrow. Fred Armisen has played him 30 plus times, and Jay Farrow has been doing it since 2012. Right around the election season is when he took over.
Well, the second one.
Yeah.
The first one I always thought was great because Armisen got away with brown face. No one got angry with him. I didn't think that he nailed the character. But there's nothing funny about that character now. They've never made it into a funny comedy piece to this day.
I agree. This is one of the ones that I don't think anyone has captured him perfectly on that show. I've seen people, just different impressionists do it, or like YouTube sketches where I thought people did it better than the SNL cast. But I feel like neither one of them is perfect. Like, but only because neither one of them, I don't think anyone hit it.
Well, I actually think Jay Farrow has grown so much with the character during his time in SNL. Like, if you watch his first appearance as him, it's not spot on, it's not perfect, but every time he's done it, he's gotten better and better. Just even like simple stuff like swallowing after he speaks is just very much like the president.
I get it, but that's not the whole point of doing a thing. You're not trying to get the person perfectly. You're trying to get him comedically, right? So that's the tough thing about it, because there's certain guys, they don't even remind you of anything but the comedic essence of someone. And I don't know if I've ever laughed at an Obama bit on that show.
Yeah,
maybe because they're never cruel enough with Obama.
It could be that he's maybe too precious to them.
Yeah. All right, Joe, who you pick?
I have to pick, for one skit that I saw that blew me away, Mr. Fred Armisen. And it was the skit they did right after they killed Osama bin Laden. And it's just him going on as Barack Obama, but being unbelievably confident and cocky, and he just nailed that character. Started smoking a cigarette right on stage. It was hilarious, so I picked Fred Armisen.
Chris, who did you pick?
Obama will always be Fred Armisen to me, or
Really?
vice versa.
Really?
I mean,
more than Obama?
Who did you pick?
I picked Jay Farrow.
I think I'm going to go Fred Armisen on this one. But it's a reluctant Fred Armisen.
I'm going to go Jay Farrow as well, because I don't think Fred ever captured anything other than cool. Like, he wanted to play him as cool.
Right.
But Jay Farrow should be funnier with that character, and he's not using it well. But I'm still going to pick Jay Farrow, because I didn't even get the resemblance, attitude, nothing with Fred Armisen. And I love both these guys. All right, what did America pick?
Jay Farrow.
Jay Farrow, yeah.
Jay Farrow leading.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Freddie's
was
getting a beat down.
It was a reluctant Fred for me.
There's almost an anti-Jay Farrow in your point.
No!
Strong Fred for me. Strong Fred.
Then you're better than her, huh, Chris?
Yeah, that's right.
Is that what you want to hear from me?
Thank
trying
you.
to say?
Tell me. I want my good boy points.
Weirdo.
Christ.
He's so weird.
Such a creep.
Such a weird person.
All right, let's go next.
The next one, George W. Bush. The two
No, W.
The two most famous people to play George W. Bush is Will Ferrell and Will Forte.
A battle of the wills, if you will.
Yeah, that's good. This will be the furthest thing from close that we have all day.
And I know a lot of people are going to say Will Ferrell, but my entire time watching this skit be done.
Why do you keep saying skit? What are we, in high school?
Sorry. This sketch has been done. I thought Will Ferrell was tremendously overrated. He's not even doing an impression of George W. Bush. He's literally just doing Will Ferrell.
But here's the point. This is what I told you before. He caught the character of the college frat boy of Bush. People really reacted. There's some people who think that it got Bush elected because he was so likable and fun that there were Democrats that were very mad at Will Ferrell. It's not close for me. It's Will Ferrell.
Well, for me, it's Will Forte, just because, like, if you listen to Will Ferrell do it, he sounds exactly like, not even, he has a worse impression in this than he does in Ricky Bobby. And he's not doing anything that's George W. Bush like. He's just doing Will Ferrell being George W. Bush.
You completely miss the essence of this that I'm trying to explain to you. The stuff that he did during the 2000 election, those bits, everybody waited up because it was him and Gore, and it was this naked that they acted like they were the odd couple. It was fucking amazing, and it made Bush it made him likable even. All right, what do you got?
I got Will Ferrell.
It's Will Ferrell. Come on, people.
I have a weird thing that I know that Will Ferrell's the iconic one, and I know that he's the most popular one, but I have always really loved the Will Forte, George W. Bush, and I thought it got dwarfed because of Ferrell's. One? Yeah.
All right, let's go to it.
Not even close.
Squash match.
What is it?
It is 93%.
I think something that needs to be said about Will Forte is that also when he was playing George W. Bush, that was a time on SNL when almost every week started with a political cold open. And he had to play a much harder.
Every week now.
No, but like there was like a period where I was growing up and every week I knew, okay, this is going to be politics every single week.
It is every week since the 70s.
But there was sometimes, like now there's sometimes regular cold opens.
Never.
Sometimes. The Bumblebee.
What Bumblebee?
In the 70s. That was a bad example.
That's before they got the whole show together, but as soon as Chevy did Gerald Ford, which, by the way, was nothing like Gerald Ford, and yet loved because, he's pointing out one aspect of him. He's clumsy. You've managed to impress with your thing. 7% of the voters.
I'm glad at me and that 7% are sticking through it. We got Will Forte's back.
Losers.
We're going to be watching Last Man on Earth every Sunday because we're Team Forte.
You sound like a Rubio right now.
It really does. When you get beat that way in bed and you still act like you're cocky,
yeah,
that's fucking Ted Cruz. That's Ted Cruz.
Rubio.
Up on the iBang, if you want to play along with this, it's Who Wore It Best. Who Wore It Best? Vito has put together the SNL presidential impressions, and you get to pick who pulled it off better. Very, very surprising that one went 93% to 7%. Do you have one more?
Yes, we have one last one.
Yeah.
This is Donald Trump, and it is a rematch of the Bill Clinton matchup. So we have Phil Hartman and Daryl Hammond going at it again. Now, Daryl Hammond is obviously the guy doing it right now who literally was brought in to replace somebody who wasn't doing a good enough job. But Phil Hartman's the guy who played Trump back before he was this giant super megastar. He was the one who had to take him just from like a New York tycoon to an SNL character that everybody could enjoy.
And who do you got?
I am choosing Daryl Hammond. I think when you close your eyes and you listen to Daryl Hammond do a sketch, you couldn't even tell the difference between him and Trump.
Well, neither one of these guys, I think, gets Trump. I don't think they've ever done a great job on this show of pulling off Trump. And I would put that, just like with Obama, you never really have that thing. I mean, you didn't come up with 41, the first one, back when Dana Carvey was doing the whole country was doing that impression. Right. But have you ever come into work and had anyone say, "Oh, did you see that Trump bit last night? It killed. Here's the catchphrase." It just has never caught on. So, Vito, you went with who?
I went with Daryl Hammond.
And who do you got, Chris?
Hartman.
I have Daryl Hammond.
Gail?
Last one where it was Hartman and Hammond, I went Hartman. For me, this one is absolutely Hammond.
Let's see what the voters have to say.
Landslide victory, 75% to 25%. Daryl Hammond.
Wow.
Has Vito even once picked along with his reading audience?
No.
The audience has
Wait, this
never...
one.
No, I
took
picked
you
this one. I
time.
picked this one.
Oh, I thought you went the opposite
No,
direction.
he went Hammond.
Okay,
Hammond.
good.
You also
was
got
Hartman.
50-50 on the first one, too.
Don't take that away from me.
Go back and let's check it out again. Let's see if Dave broke on the first one.
Reboot.
But I tell you, we really do need Chris in this room, huh?
It's a 1% difference now in Hartman's favor.
Wow.
Hartman's
Okay.
at 51-49.
It's a big win for me.
51-49. Well, this one, I mean, the election isn't over there. It's still going on. You can play up on the iBank today. Who wore it best? Chris Stanley, you got your enjoyable donut that you ate.
Thank you so much.
Now, was there a point that you didn't think we would really give you your donut?
I really did. After I got the sliver, I thought I was fine. I thought, like, after I failed that test, I figured it was over for me, and I was never going to get a whole everything donut. And then you gave away my fucking sliver donut, the rest of it, I was like, I'm fucked. But thankfully, you gave me that trivia fucking lifeline, and I was able to house that thing as fast as I possibly could. Thank you, Ron Bennington.
We helped.
Yeah, they're not giving you... you guys don't get any love from him.
Yeah,
We never do.
They helped eating my first donut. That's what they helped
Let's
with.
face this, Gail. Have you ever noticed that a lot of times Chris Stanley stares from you as if, why is a girl talking?
Constantly.
Yeah.
Constantly.
I'm no misogynist.
You are.
All right? I'm an equalist.
You're less than that. You're a guy who just doesn't notice women. You do not pay attention that there is... And I think that's your problem with Joe, who's kind of like got a womanly thing.
Oh, he's very feminine. And sometimes I find myself staring at him in the office when he's not looking.
Is everyone watching the Oscars this week? This is the first Oscars that I don't feel like I have somebody that I'm like, oh, I hope this person wins.
Yeah.
I normally have either a movie, a writer, like, oh, I hope that person wins. I like to see them get some success.
I got 2 upset specials for the Oscars.
Okay.
All right. First, Mad Max Fury Road takes out The Revenant for Best Picture. 2, Eddie Redmayne takes Best Actor. I feel like they're going to give it to Redmayne and they're going to snub Leo again because Leo's still young.
He's not young. He's in his 40s. He's older than Redmayne, who would then have 2.
They're going to give it to him for that trans movie he was in that no one saw.
That has nothing to do with your logic.
We didn't think it was going to be for a different movie.
Oh, God, you're really stupid, Gail.
No, I'm not. I just feel this upset special so much.
Well, you just locked it for Leo. I feel good for Leo right now.
The Revenant ain't going to get shit.
Somebody call Leo.
Now, did you see this Mad Max movie that you said is going to get Best Picture?
Yeah, I did see it.
I mean, I could see if it got Best Video Game, but I would go so far to say I don't think that's a movie. It's a collection of cool CGI shots, but I don't know if that makes it a movie at all.
I just think that because I feel like it came out of nowhere for all the love it was getting leading up to the season. Because when it came out, it wasn't like a huge blockbuster. People were like excited there was a new Mad Max movie coming out. But I think that it's a dark horse. I know the people are saying
I get all that. I'm going to say, the financial success is the success. If anything, I could see them giving it to the director, and not to the movie.
If that director goes to George
Only because
Miller?
he's an old man and he's been around a long time. Right. And the other guy, the Reverend guy, just won last year on another shitty movie that fucking Birdman.
I forgot that one.
Birdman is bird shit, dude. It's fucking unwatchable.
I came out of that movie liking it, but then I tried watching it again and I was like, why was I so into this movie?
Yeah, I don't know why. I know a lot of people say, did you see Birdman? I'm like, yeah, I'm going to go see it. Now I'm like, what?
Yeah.
It was the tracking shot. That's all it was. It was a gimmick movie.
You know the scene where the explosions happen? And he's like, I bet you like this. I was like, oh, finally a part I like. And then he shit on me, and I felt really stupid.
Yeah, he was right, though.
And then he got shitted on at the Oscars. I love that.
That was the fucking best thing. And then this year, they didn't even nominate him.
That's what he gets. What a loser.
I can't think about that moment when he put that.
It's like the Zapruder film.
It was really sad.
It was really
It was
upsetting.
really sad to see a guy that we've known since the 80s, and he sadly puts the paper back in his pocket with a great amount of class, if you want to be honest.
Yeah, it wasn't.
You
Yeah,
know, he was clapping for the other dude who won, who I can't even remember now. I think it was Larry Fine from the Three Stooges who picked up that award.
That was it.
He gets everything.
I want to thank Mo. I want to thank Shep. I want to thank Curly and also Curly Joe. You came in at the end. No one liked you very much, but you were really great and gay when no one else was. I had to give you a big slap for that. And then everyone would laugh. Like, look how gay he is.
Is there a name for that behavior?
We should name it, you know?
Let's call it gay. He just seems so happy and gay, it makes sense.
It's settled.
Joey Jojo, you had a big day today.
Yeah.
You filled in when Chris Stanley overslept and underworked.
Overscoped.
And like, here's the thing, Chris, and you feel like he took from you, but to me, he was so prepared and ready to step in today that I'm like, there was something in his training that must have worked. Because not only was he there, but he was ready to work, you know?
He was professional, Joe, for once.
No. Yeah.
For once.
And the computer was fucked up, not ready and all that. No panic. Vito was like, there's nothing we can do. And he's going like this. Relax. I'm going to call engineering why we do this. And this is as the song was winding down. By the way, you see me get my cab fare out. Because we have an unmasked coming up today in honor of the... Well, it's not a TV show, the web series?
I guess that's what Louis calling it, web series. Yeah, Horace and Pete.
Now, Horace and Pete, from what I understand, when he told FX, I'm not going to be doing Louis for a while. I have another project that I want to do, Horace and Pete. And they said, oh, great, you can do it with us. And he said to them, no, I don't want to turn this in and have everyone ask me what date. This is just something I want to do on my own. And they were forced to say okay.
Right.
Because what else do they have? I mean, that thing fucking stinks other than Louis Show and Baskets and...
Yeah, he's keeping the lights on over there.
Fargo's on there.
Well, Louis doesn't do that.
Oh, right.
So what are they going to say? Also, I don't want you to take Fargo away. What? Do you listen?
Yeah, I do.
Listen?
I know. I just wanted to jump in with you guys.
I know. You're so quick to like, I am part of the team as you're tearing the team apart.
Looks like professional Joe's dead. Died in the morning.
Shut up, Chris. What the hell?
Chris, you're
Silly.
covered for you today. So
He
what do
did.
you say to him for covering for you?
Thank you for covering for me in the morning, Joe. Also, I guess at the beginning of today's afternoon show as well.
And
that's it. That's all I'm thanking you for.
Okay.
Smoking with Chris.
That was I saw the beginning of it as I realized I was late and he was bashing me. So he's not getting a thank you.
Apology accepted.
By the way, two of those things I wish I didn't even have to vote on. The Trump and the Obama. I'm furious with that I had to actually put my vote in because I feel like they need to work on both of those sketches. And it's not too late.
Can we add a needs improvement button?
Yeah.
I happily voted for Fred Armisen.
You made that so clear.
There's never been
No one was asking, and he's like, I have no problem with picking Fred Armisen.
You're right. And he does that a lot where he goes, let me clarify the thing that I just screamed. You don't need to. We know your fucking opinion just like we know your appetite. It's big, it's bold, and it's disgusting. Chris Stanley, seriously, thanks for eventually coming to work today.
Good job.
So, I didn't even get around to plug-in because of the Horace Pete. We're going to play the Alan Alda
Nice.
And you know what it's like to work here. People always ask, like, oh, do you ever get, overwhelmed with some people? And it never happens for me. But during this Unmasked, at least twice, as he's talking, I thought to myself, oh, fuck, that's Hawkeye. You know what I mean? Like, he is such a nice man. He's such a smart man. And he's got tons of, knowledge about different things. And he's very curious and will ask you about your life and stuff like that. But he's fucking Hawkeye Pierce. 110 million people watched the last episode of MASH. There'll be nothing like that again, other than if someone takes hostages on a live program. It's the only way you'll get those type of numbers. So for a guy to hit that high and not only be as kind as I am, but I'm talking about him, but when you see him on Horace and Pete, he's fucking unbelievable. The amazing thing there is you don't go, oh shit, there's Hawkeye. You believe him as this fucking creepy Uncle Pete. He's amazing, amazing actor. And piece up on the iBang today about Louis C.K. and Horace and Pete and the story that I was talking about. But it's Louis C.K. turned down FX's Home for Horace and Pete. Louis, to be able to pull off the casting alone is phenomenal. It's a great web series. Hope that you'll watch it. All right, we're going to take a break now. Enjoy doing both shows today. Always fun.
It was a blast.
Gail, you're a rock star when it comes to stuff like that. And we will be back with Unmasked with Alan Alda. It's Bennington. Alan Alda. Alan Alda working the room, making sure.
Yeah. Oh, were we on already?
Yeah,
when I did that?
we're on.
I thought that was beforehand.
No, we got a chance to see the Joe Tynan act where you go through
I shook
and work
everybody's hand. I didn't shake everybody's hand, but they look like they'll vote for me anyway.
They will vote for you. They will vote for you. It's so great to have you here, and what a kind of fun time this is for you. You're getting
to be here with you.
Yeah, to be here with me. Can you imagine? You've made it so far now. Things are finally going your way.
I know, thank God. I've dreamt about this. I was a little boy, 9 years old.
Well, one of us has been dreaming about this since they were 9. I'm not sure which one,
Yeah.
but it's so much fun, everything that you're doing now with Stony Brook. And it seems like you've been working. Well, how long now have you been involved in scientific stuff?
Well, a long time. I think I started doing science programs on PBS almost 20 years ago. I can't really remember.
And still that same passion is still there today.
Oh, yeah, more so. I mean, in the course of that, of doing those science shows, like Scientific American Frontiers and 2 or 3 other series we did, I've got an understanding of how I could get the scientists to be more personal and more direct and clear about what they had to say by making personal contact with them. You know, I'd really make them talk to me and explain to me what they were talking about. Mm-hmm. And to drop the jargon so I could understand it. I was sincere about that too. I didn't know more than I pretended to, or I didn't know less than I can't remember. I got into that sentence and got in trouble.
Yeah, right.
But I didn't try to be dumber than I was, and I didn't try to be smarter than I was. I tried that second one for a while, and that really didn't work. It's no good to pretend you know what you're talking about. If you're interviewing somebody,
sure.
You must have found this too.
Yeah.
Because you can box somebody in with a question that doesn't really relate to what they know or what they do. And then they have to like squirm out of your question because they don't want to be impolite.
Mm-hmm.
So I would start out from not knowing anything, which is pretty much where I was. And then they would have to really make it clear to me. And then I realized that if they didn't have somebody like that to talk to, they would go on probably lecturing and go into lecture mode when they talk to an audience or when they wrote an article. So what could we do to help them be more personal, the way they were when somebody sincerely wanted to understand them? And then I realized that I could, there were things I knew about communication that I could pass on to them if they were willing to get in the same room with me. For instance, improvising. What I learned as an improviser, and I don't mean comic improvising, I mean the kind of improvising that Viola Spolin like 60 or 70 years ago invented, which are very rule-based and lead to connection between the players, which then turns out sometimes to be funny because it just makes you giggle when you see people connect.
Right.
And I experimented with some scientists, young scientists, and it really did help them connect with the audience that they wanted to talk to. And then we could apply some of those same things to teaching writing. They learned the writing skills better once they had done the improvising. So it was a whole set of realizations and epiphanies we had that there was something that we could do to help them be more communicative, and they love it. They really, and we've seen unbelievable transformations.
Well, we have a couple that are really good at it today. Bob Green is fantastic. Neil deGrasse Tyson is very comfortable with it. And you can see that these guys actually get fans, you know, and that's, I think, where you want to get them to, where people can say, I want to follow their work from this point on.
You want to hear what they have to say if you can understand it. But it's not only the public, you know. The public, first of all, has to support science if science is going to get funded, because they'll complain to their representatives. But when scientists go to the representatives in Congress and try to explain the science, it's unbelievable how many members of Congress have said they can't understand the scientists. And why would they give money to people who are doing work they don't understand? Right. But they've tried that. They kind of do that all the time.
Right.
And it doesn't really work, you know?
Well, the media also will run back and forth and, you know, bring up some research thing that they don't understand and make fun of it. And that sets science back.
Was it Senator Proxmire? Years ago, a couple of decades ago, used to have the Golden Fleecing Award. And he would find some obscure study on like how bad is mouse breath or something like that. You know?
Yeah, right.
And he would say, "Isn't that stupid? They're studying mouse breath," and denigrate all of science. When in fact, that mouse breath study might have been very important on the road to curing cancer or who knows what. But he would find something that sounded stupid and give it an award, which was, I always thought, kind of anti-intellectual. I didn't know why he did it, because he seemed to be a smart guy.
Well, anti-intellectual, I think, helps politicians. I'm a regular guy. I'm more like
That's
you.
True. Yeah, I
not
think
like
you're right.
these eggheads.
Yeah.
And it seems to help them get over. So you want to bring science to a place where the American public can understand it.
Yeah, and you know what we find that it helps with the public. It helps with people who are setting policy and giving grants for them to understand it better. And it helps scientists communicate with one another. Because interestingly, if a scientist is not in your exact field, and maybe even in your own laboratory, but is separated by some intellectual distance from you, you might not understand each other very well. The same word is used by two different scientists to mean different things sometimes. And this is all for a good reason. You know, I mean, you don't want scientists to stop using technical terms when they're doing their science, because it's more efficient and it's more accurate. But you can still be accurate and clear when you're talking to people who don't speak your language. And if scientists can understand one another across disciplines, they can collaborate better. And more new things are happening. Really valuable things are coming around because two different disciplines that never got together before are now suddenly able to get together. And they can get together more quickly and better if they can be clear with one another. Clear and vivid is all we're trying to do, not to dumb it down and make it oversimplified. You know, I remember Einstein is supposed to have said, a thing should be as simple as possible, but no simpler.
No simpler. Well, and I guess since the internet, they're all able to read each other's work in real time and work together, where if you think of Einstein, if he wanted to talk to somebody else, he probably had to get on a boat to go and do it, you know?
Yeah, I think that's true. Well, they would send letters to each other. It's funny, that period of time when he was doing his breakthrough work, for 5 or 10 years in there, really seems very vivid to me because I've read about him. I did a little theater piece about him based on his letters that we did at the World Science Festival a couple of years ago. I think we're going to do it again this year. And I also wrote a play about Marie Curie, and who was alive at the same time. He said about her, there was a time she was involved in a scandal because she was, after her husband was dead, she had an affair with a married man. And that was really, it was okay for him, but not for her.
But not for her, yeah.
But, you know, I mean, then at the time, women just weren't allowed to behave in any way like men or have men's ambition. So Einstein wanted to defend her, and he said to a friend, I don't think she had an affair. She's about as alluring as a herring. It's funny when you see those pictures of him with his shock of white hair, you don't think of him as a ladies' man, but his younger pictures, he looked kind of arrogant about how he thought he could bowl you over with his charm.
Well, he
did. He had a lot of friends.
Well, he was the alpha dog, I guess, of his time, right?
Yeah,
you know, I mean, if you were going to be with a scientist,
right?
Might as well.
So, hey, honey, do you like relativity? Brian Greene with string theory, he could, if he weren't happily married, he could really do well now.
He does have groupies, I believe.
Yeah, I bet he does.
They follow him around.
Yeah.
And
he's a wonderful guy. You know, I'm very curious, and every time we meet, and we see each other a lot because we work together on the World Science Festival, I always, just out of the blue, ask him some question about something I'd just been reading that day. And he stops whatever he's doing and he explains it to me. He loves to explain. That's what I love about scientists. Yeah. They love to help you understand new things. And they don't, you know, they don't speculate with you. They tell you about what seems to be really known. And because they love to teach like that, I want to make it possible for them to make it clear to more of us because they will then have a greater ability to make it clear.
Well, see, I think that's what was great about the shows that you would do, is because you would go in there ready to learn, because a lot of men find it difficult to say, geez, slow this down, explain it to me.
Well, yeah, I had to go through a period where I was willing to not know in front of the camera.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there was a critical moment where I was interviewing Carl Sagan, and I thought the interview went really well. And afterwards, the producer said, why don't we have a cup of coffee? Coffee is a sure... Anybody asks you for a cup of coffee, don't go. He said, I couldn't understand why you wanted to look smart during that interview.
Right.
And my face got red, and my first reaction was to deny, to myself, what's he talking about? And then I thought about it, and he was right. I was trying to look smart. And the funny thing is, you get smart by asking questions, not by looking smart.
Yeah.
Even if you know something. And I began to learn more because I would really ask basic questions, and I'd say, it really doesn't make sense. So tell me again. It doesn't match what you just said a minute ago, to my mind. And then they'd have to make the connection for him, because one of the problems is we often don't make the connections. We're so used to the connections. We say, there's this and then there's that. And well, how'd you get from this to that? And that's how we can understand it. That's how we can put our fingers on it.
But the thing about it, I think that's so great is that you show that science is fun because we didn't grow up that way. You know, we were in school and they kind of beat our natural curiosity out of us as we, you know, tried to use our memory for different things.
My experience in school, which was probably way earlier than yours, was that questions, you weren't invited to explore a subject. You were asked to remember what they told you.
Yeah.
And I remember one biology class where the teacher said, it's been learned that crying releases certain toxins and it's good for you. So I raised my hand and I innocently said, well, what about laughing? Does that do anything? He said, please, we're serious here. And about 30 years later, they came up with the idea that laughing is good for you.
Sure.
So I hope he rots in hell, that bastard. Only I believed in hell.
Yeah, I was going to say. What a breakthrough. There is no heaven, but there is a hell.
Yeah, right. That would be good, wouldn't it?
Yeah, right. Did your experience in acting help you in this? Like, do you create the kind of role of an interviewer, though? Or do you...
Oh, not at all. No, I just, no, but my experience in acting, the only thing I ever studied in acting, or the only kind of training I ever had was in improvisation. And that I use, that to me, that was one of the most valuable things about learning to act was learning to improvise. And I use it in conversation with people because it's basic. It's not making things up. Improvising is not making things up. That's writing. And one of the things you're encouraged not to do when you improvise is to write on your feet, to keep your mind working on stuff inside your head. The main thing about improvising is to get in touch with the other person. Observe them carefully. Read their face, read their voice, read their state of mind. And that makes things come out of both of you that you didn't know were in there. That's where the unexpected things you both say come from. And that's why it's funny, even if it's not jokey. In fact, it's almost never jokey, but it makes you giggle because you're seeing something real take place.
Right. Which is unusual.
Yeah,
you know,
it is unusual.
Yeah, particularly on TV.
Yeah.
You know, to see something real.
Or when husbands and wives talk. Mm-hmm. It's unusual for them sometimes to listen to each other. Isn't that weird thing of seeing a couple in a restaurant and they go through a whole meal and don't say anything to one another? No. And then more than once, I've seen the woman after about 45 minutes point to the food and say something, and he would go, But at least she was working on it.
Yeah, it was getting it little at a time.
Yeah.
Well, you know, but the fact is, to go back to what was fun about science is about being curious. And most people, I think, as we lose any curiosity or put it behind us, that's when boredom sets in and we think we know it all.
Yeah.
And one of the great things that I see what you do with science is they're not only really excited about some of the really big things, but you could bring almost any problem to solve, and suddenly it's fun for them.
Yeah, I think that's true. And one of the things I would love to see happen is scientists get more communicative. And all of us can get more communicative. Sure. It's not me putting myself above them at all. I've gotten better as I've focused on this. One of the things I'd like to see is the public getting an awareness of the way scientists think and to think more like them, to base their ideas, their opinions more on evidence, to question the evidence, question where it came from. I mean, it's habitual with me now when somebody says, you know, taking vitamin L really improves your sex life. And I like to say, where did you read that?
Right.
You know, was that in Hustler? Because then it would make sense.
Yeah. There's the data that you're looking for. Well, I think what's great, too, is that they can fall in love with not knowing the answer. Where I think the public, most of us, want a quick answer. We're used to quick answers.
Yeah.
And that's why the media will try to give us a quick answer, or politicians will try to give us a...
But to relish uncertainty.
Yeah.
And I think of it as surfing uncertainty. You know, you get by, you don't sink into uncertainty, but you just manage to skid along the top of it and get somewhere. But it's like, I mean, I guess it is a little like skimming across the ocean. You don't want to sink in and drown, but you want to get someplace, but you have to recognize the existence of the ocean and you have to accept it and use it. Uncertainty can get us many, many places. We don't need to get to certainty. We need to get more and more understanding of where we are and what we're involved in. I think that's my view for me. I mean, I can't tell other people what to think. Well, I can, but they don't think that way.
But if you can embrace that, if you can really hold on to that, it can become very enjoyable. Not knowing the answer.
It can. It really can. I don't see more enjoyment. I mean, I've had it both ways, and I don't see more enjoyment in believing I know the answer to most things than in knowing I don't know the answer to most things, almost anything, and just trying to find out more about it. It's just fun. It's more playful. It is, people who know the answer to things don't seem as playful as people who, what did I start to say? I got lost in the middle of that. People who seem to know the answer, think they know the answer to everything, don't seem as playful as people who don't really know and they just want to fool around and see how far they can get.
And then when it is playful, suddenly it doesn't feel like work anymore.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
I think that's
why I would think that education could improve if it got more playful. And then I read this article. Did you read this a couple of weeks ago by, I think, an economist who said we're spending, I got to look it up and find his name. We're spending too much money on education that comes too late, that we should be making sure that babies and early, and young children are spoken to and read to more. And that would develop their brains better. And when they get into school, you don't have to do so much remediation or any.
Well, remember how much when you were a really little kid, you were into research. No matter, you go into that backyard and everything, caterpillars, ants, all that stuff. You're curious about the world. And then somehow along the way, we start to squeeze it out.
That may be a natural process, too. I don't know. I wouldn't want to blame it on education completely, because there are a lot of wonderful teachers, and we've all had one or two teachers at least who opened our minds and our hearts, and who we knew were really worried about and caring about how we were doing, not just intellectually but as people, and they probably teach well, or I felt they taught me well, but there's still something that we could do, I think, to make learning happier and more fun. I see, but my education was my formal education was a long time ago. Since then, I've learned most of what I know, from other people and from reading. The actual years I spent in education, they only taught me, I think, two things. One was to think clearly, and the other was to use language. And everything else has kind of been superseded by reality. That, for instance, I remember a geography class in grade school where I had to learn how many tons of coffee Brazil produced that year. I really don't care anymore. And I didn't care then very much either. And it didn't really, what difference does it make? I don't quite get it, unless you know how many tons were produced by everybody else and what difference it makes to that country and the whole world. They never got into that.
Yeah.
That would be interesting.
And of course, like you said, when they're having us memorize whatever about John F. Kennedy or Lincoln, they don't teach us how that person started to think to get to that point.
Yeah, that's right.
I think that's some of the great work that you've done with the scientists, is figure out how they get from one point to the next.
I think that's really important. And I want to see science is a great detective story. And when it's presented like a detective story, like we were trying to find this out because it was so important, equivalent to who did the murder. Here's where we looked. Didn't work. It was a blind alley. Oh, we felt terrible. We didn't know what to do. Somebody said this, try that. Oh, that didn't seem possible. We tried it. Oh my God, look what happened. That's fascinating, but you don't get it that way, especially in the more abstruse articles. You get the answer first, and then everything is sort of, it's not exciting after that. You're not led to it. But you reminded me of something else, and this is the thing about improvising. If you don't stay in the moment, you can't stay in any other moment. So do go on. Now you don't even know what to say.
Who? Out of
maybe somebody over here. What would you like to know?
I checked with them earlier, and they were just like, I'm not sure. Out of all the people that you met, was there somebody that or studied? Was there somebody?
You.
Just me, yeah. But I mean, I know that you did the work on Feynman and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, I never met Feynman, Richard Feynman, the great physicist, but I did a play about him, and I loved playing Feynman. There was one guy I always think of. His name was Vermeer, and I interviewed him on Scientific American Frontiers, and he studied shells, and he was interested not in beautiful shells, but in shells that had a hole almost drilled all the way through them, because that was a turning point in the evolution of that animal's history. Because a predator had tried to drill through and suck out the animal under the shell, but the shell was thick in that point, at that part of the shell, and the predator couldn't make it all the way through. So that would have been a turning point. Its progeny would have had shells that were thick there. And he was fascinating about this. The interesting thing about him is that since he was 3 years old, he was blind. And he did all of this work on shells with his fingers. And he'd be talking to him. He'd have his hand in a drawer. And while he's talking, he's fooling with the shells. And he says, oh, I never saw one like that before. Interesting guy.
Yeah. And you'll walk into something like that by trying not to research it too much.
Yeah, I wouldn't. In the beginning, I tried to read everything I could. Mm-hmm. And that gave me this false impression that I knew something. And I would start asking questions based on what I thought I knew. And I would really corral them badly. And I could see them squirming. And after the Carl Sagan coffee incident, I tried not to do that. And I became more comfortable and happier. And I learned more. I really learned more because I heard it from them instead of from my misreading of it.
And I think, too, when you look back at your career, the fact that you played George Plimpton, who kind of lived his life as, a participatory journalist, I guess, just leap into things, let himself get turned over a few times until he understood.
Yeah, and it's interesting, even though he participated in the football he reported on with the Detroit Lions or in the New York Philharmonic playing a triangle, he never thought he was a musician or a sports person. He was reporting all the time. He was in there doing it to see what it was like and also to be able to talk to the other people who did it. So while I've made and with the science stuff, I've made a show out of me learning, and I really am in there to learn. That's why I wanted to do it. But it's mainly in the service of helping them express what they've learned about nature through science.
And also helping the people at home learn as you're doing that.
Right. Usually if I get it, then they get it.
Yeah.
Or maybe they get it a step ahead of me, which makes them feel like $1 million.
But also, even if you don't get it, you just go back to that thing of, at least I have a really cool question to keep in the back of my head.
Yeah, well, it was rare that we came away without me finally getting some glimmer. Yeah. Because I'll just spend hours of tape. I took Eric Lander, the DNA guy, I grabbed him by both cheeks and shook his head, and I said, I don't understand what you're talking about. And he's very good-natured, and he backed down a few steps and got me into it.
But, some of the people who do it really well, Feynman is like this, I think Neil deGrasse Tyson and Dr. Green.
Eric Kandel is terrific.
But when they're really explaining it to you, in a lot of ways it feels like philosophy and it also feels like comedy. You know what I mean? It's just laid out in a way that is joyful.
Yeah.
Joyful.
And philosophy is science without the research,
Right.
I mean, it's like, what do you suppose perception is? Well, perception is when a tree sort of gets in your head. Right?
That's true.
And then they start studying the brain and say, no, the tree doesn't go into your head.
So philosophy is science, but with wine. You can drink the whole time. You can sit and drink the entire time.
Yeah. And they're starting to get together. There are philosophers who are basing their work, I think, now more on science.
Mm-hmm.
But they still, I guess, are important to scientists in a way that they can take what's known about science and sort of integrate it into other things that are known and raise other speculative questions. I have the feeling they don't answer questions as speculatively as they used to.
Mm-hmm.
Because that used to be, unless they had been introduced to the scientific method, all they had to go on was speculation. Aristotle, maybe one of the smartest people alive at his time, he said some very stupid things. He said some things that I think were wonderful, about drama. He I think the first one to write about dramatic action. What is at the heart of a play that makes a play work? And it's at the heart of all acting. And in that same essay, the Poetics, he also said a woman is not a fit subject for a play, or a slave.
Or a slave.
Yeah, he just cut out most of humanity.
Yeah, just half.
Yeah, you had to be like a rich guy.
Yeah.
And then, but see, all of that stuff can change. That everybody should have an opinion. Everybody should express it because it's all on the way to getting somewhere, I think, as long as we listen to one another and don't denigrate one another.
And there's never one person that you could say they have it all.
Right.
Someone said to me once, no one book, no one teacher. And I thought that was perfect.
That's great. People ask me who's my favorite actor. It's the same principle. There are moments, performances, or just moments in performances that I relish on the part of other actors. But no one has been consistently, overwhelmingly terrific. They're entitled to mistakes the same way everybody is.
And Brando couldn't play every part. I mean,
he couldn't play my father's part in Guys and Dolls.
Amazing.
My father did this Sky Masterson and Guys and Dolls on Broadway. And then Brando was cast for, I guess, understandable reasons. They thought he could do anything, but he couldn't do it as well as my father could. I don't say that because he was my father.
Right.
I say it because he had control over my mind.
No one saw that one coming.
Especially me.
Your father was a fantastic actor, and
He was, by the way, there's an example of what I was just saying. He was brilliant as Sky Masterson. Mm-hmm. He was not so good in many other parts. I wouldn't say that in public if he were still alive, but I mean, it is true that he started in burlesque and he had many traits of the performer and not as many traits of the serious actor. And I think there's a difference. But he was a great performer, and he had contact with an audience that was so charismatic. They just couldn't take their eyes off him. But he was playing a character in Guys and Dolls where he was a gambler who dressed sharp and was smooth, and he could do that so well. Nobody else could play that part the way he could.
Was it typecasting?
No, he was a very sweet guy.
Yeah.
Very, very gentle, very interesting. It was only later in life, because I had a competitive relationship with him for most of my life. It was later in life that I realized how he really never told me what to do. He was a controlling person, but he would always say, well, Butch, maybe you ought to try this. I don't know, like that. And it was very, 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 forgiving and easy with me. I liked it. I don't know why I was so competitive with him.
Well, Is that the reason why you entered the same field, or did you feel competitive once you entered that field?
No, no, I think I was. Oh, I don't know. That's a good question. I can't remember, but I do remember when I got into acting, I deliberately went toward being an eccentric comic rather than a leading man because he had that sewn up. So I wanted to have my own area.
You were going to go off and find your own spot.
Yeah. And then as I got older, I had to be a leading man because that's what I was the right age for, you know. And so I could accept that and didn't feel like did my own version of it.
You had the opportunity to have him on MASH.
Yeah, twice.
And that was, everybody was watching that on one hand to see the show, but also knowing this is you and your dad together.
Yeah, and I the first show was written by someone else. The second time I wrote the show and based it on our relationship at the time, and it was in a loving way. And he was so generous, he didn't mind because I based it on the idea that I painted his character as a very controlling guy. He would say, "Well, why are you eating the sandwich that way?" You know. And that would drive Hawkeye crazy. So all during the show, they have this repartee going where they're getting on each other's nerves. And then this was very interesting. He read the script, or he heard my idea for the script, and he said, "You know, I have an idea. How about this? They're at an aid station, and there's an explosion, and each one is wounded." And he says, "My right arm is wounded and your left arm is wounded, and we have to operate together, each using the other hand." I said, "Yeah, thanks." And I thought, what a stupid idea that is. What a Tin Pan Alley idea. He's going back to burlesque. And then I said, the hell with it. Give him that. It's probably a good idea. Well, it was a terrific idea. And when we did it, this amazing, magical thing happened. While we were doing it, we were, as you said, we weren't just these two characters. We were father and son. And we were collaborating, each one the hand of the other. And it wasn't just the fake operation on the patient. We were getting through the scene together. We were as close as you can be. Our hands were cooperating with each other. And it became a very important moment that I remember with my father. And partly because I didn't make myself superior to him and think he has an idea less valuable than mine would be. And I began to realize he had a terrific idea, and he gave us a moment as a father and son we might never have had.
It's fantastic.
That'll be $50 for that story. I mean, you realize how valuable these stories are?
These are, yeah. Everyone's going to leave here just a better person. Just everyone's going to call home. Dad?
You're not as stupid as I thought.
That is really one of the first signs of maturity, isn't it?
I think it is, yeah.
When you finally see that guy who you either idolized or were angry with, whatever it has, as being a guy. You know?
A person who makes mistakes the way you do, and you can sometimes be helpful, sometimes you can give advice, sometimes you can still listen to advice, sometimes you just trade ideas or let each other be, not even have to have an effect on the other person. When you can do that with a parent or a friend or the taxi driver, then it's pretty good.
You know, you made me think, too, when you said about writing those, you wrote so much for MASH. When you got that show and became a big hit, most actors would have just thought, this is great, I'm going to ride this out. But you used that time to start writing and directing and adding responsibilities.
Well, I had always wanted to be a writer. I wanted to be a writer when I was 8 years old. And it wasn't until much later in life, when I was 9, that I wanted to be an actor. And my father took me out on stage with him at the Hollywood Canteen, where we'd entertain sailors and soldiers. And This was during World War II. And we would do Abbott and Costello routines, and I was Costello. And that was the first time I was on stage in front of a crowd. And it was amazing to me when I got the first laugh that I realized I had power over 1,000 people who carried guns. And it was really a terrific feeling. I wandered off into a side alley just now again. I forget what we were talking. You mentioned something that was interesting.
Yeah, the fact that you used that time to become a writer and director.
Yeah, it was interesting because it was about me.
Yeah.
I knew I recognized the topic. I always wanted to be a writer. That was what I wanted to be first, you know, and I began directing movies when I was 11 years old. I had a wind-up Bell and Howell movie camera, and I would edit. I think I even edited them in those days, but I would make up stories, and I had a horse, and I think I held somebody up. I was on my horse, and they were in a car. Because I didn't have two horses. So I had a little story. So I always wanted to do those things, and I was able to improve myself in those jobs while I was on MASH.
And knowing that this is going to lead to the next step for you, I mean, was that it, or was it just about doing each MASH episode on its own?
Remember, I was just trying to get better. That's all. That's all it was. I wasn't trying to, advance a career or anything. I don't understand actors or people in the arts who have a 5-year plan. I don't think you can. Do you?
No, I can't. I would like to.
And this is this uncertainty thing we were talking about. I mean, especially for artists or people in the arts, you don't know what's going to come around the corner. You don't know if you're going to get a drought or a feast or the locusts will hit. Usually it's the locusts.
It's the locusts, but you just got to play it no matter what. When the locusts hit, you got to go, how do I make this work?
Tonight for dinner, we're having locusts.
We're having locusts, when you would write and direct, it always would be about human stories, though. You were never an action guy. And I talked to Cal Burnett not too long ago about how much I love the movie.
Did you talk about me?
Yes, I did. I talked about 4 Seasons.
Oh, you did?
And what a
I was kidding.
Fantastic film that was. And she said it was one of the best experiences she ever had.
Oh, that's nice. We had a wonderful time making that because Carol and I were friends, and a couple of other people in the movie were friends with me, and we all became friends. We had 3 weeks of rehearsal, most of which we devoted to becoming friends. And I said on the first day, we have to be friends by the time we shoot this movie because that's going to show on screen. And it's all about friendship. So everybody, it was so funny. Everybody immediately started telling bathroom stories about themselves. It was kind of on a mad quest to be personal and reveal themselves to one another. But it did break the ice.
Yeah.
I thought I would tell you one now. But never mind.
Well, I always loved that film because of the fact that, you can see that film when you're 20, it might mean one thing to you, but as you get your 40s and older, you can see that if there's any kind of problem in the village, it affects everybody.
Yeah, that's true. And it's funny about that movie. I wrote it to a great extent from personal experience. There was a friend who got a divorce and he didn't tell me he was going to get a divorce. And I was mad at him for not telling me. It was none of my business,
right.
But, that's a big element in the movie. And yet, although I was really very careful about how I structured it and I was working very hard on it, I didn't really understand what it meant. Well, or at least what it meant to me, until it was all done and shot, and I had to go around the country being interviewed about it. And then I suddenly realized what the movie was about. That, to me, at that time, it was about how you make friends with people, and you go through, I remember now how I used to say it, you meet them in the springtime, and everything is blooming and beautiful, and then it's summer. And in the white heat of the summer, you start, in the glow of the sun, you start to see them for what they really are. And then in the fall, the leaves fall away and you start to see really who they are. And then in the winter, you have to make a decision. Am I going to stick with these people forever or am I going to ditch them? And And it's funny, somebody stopped me on the street the other day and said, this is like 30 years later, said, there's a line in Four Seasons that's kept me going, where Carol Burnett says to my character, I don't want to die without friends. So she's urging me to make peace with our friends and stick together with them. And I came home and told Arlene about it. I'm so glad I wrote that line in that movie because this woman said that to me. And Arlene said, I gave you that line. Screw her, you know?
Yeah. Well, somebody had to get it out there.
Yeah,
you know?
Somebody had to put it. Let her get a deal with a movie company.
Right. Who knows if Paul Revere, came up with his line, but he had to get it out.
Your company was said by somebody
else.
Oh, my God.
Here you go. Here's your line. Tell everybody. He's going over. Should it be the British are coming?
Oh, the burgers are coming.
The burgers are coming.
Who ordered the burgers?
Another thing that I think that is such a natural place for you is when you work with Woody Allen.
Yeah.
The Woody Allen films that you've done are some of my favorite work.
That one I was lucky to be in. I love the three I was in very much. But the Crimes and Misdemeanors, I think, is his best movie and one of the best movies ever made by our country. It's such a serious and movie, and the fun, the humorous stuff is very human, not jokey, and I really love it for those two reasons.
Well, you also get one of the great show business lines of, if it bends, it's so funny. And I've heard
if it breaks, it's not.
If it's not, if it bends, it's funny. If it breaks, it's not. But I've heard people try to explain that type of thing when they're talking about.
Well, now you started as a comedian, right?
Yeah, I started
because you haven't been that funny today.
No, today. This is eventually. If you're not funny enough, they sit you down. You don't stand up anymore.
Oh, right.
Just sit down.
So
talk.
Standing, you're funnier.
Standing. If we were standing, I'd be killing this one.
So when as a comedian, now I brought that up because you started as a comedian. You said something about So did you find that it was true? If it bends, it's funny. If it breaks, it's not.
Well, I think what happens is when people try to explain what they want you to do with your act, they do this in radio, and they'll go up to the line but not over, and you're like, does that mean anything?
How do you know when you're over the line?
Yeah, you don't know when you're. But they feel like their job is done.
Yeah, right.
And
I was one night co-hosting the Oscars with Jane Fonda and Robin Williams. And Robin Williams, is just like plugged in to some place in outer space. And he would come off stage and he'd say to me in the wings, what do you think? Is this tasteless if I say this? And he'd say something utterly tasteless. And I say, yeah, that's tasteless. And he'd go out and say it. So I don't know where he got his. They kept it in the show and everything. So apparently he could get away with it. But how do you know where the line is? If you listen to some inner voice, how do you know who's speaking?
It's exactly true. And I love that thing of what you and Woody had in that film. I mean, talk about a controlling person.
Oh, yeah, right.
It was fantastic.
Yeah, trying to control his own biographical film.
Yeah, that's right. Such good work. Is there a film for you that you're like, this is my favorite, or you like them all on different?
No, I don't. I don't think about it. I think I had the most fun of the pictures I wrote and directed. The one I had the most fun making was Four Seasons.
Yeah.
And it was the most personal one I did. And my wife was writing a book about it at the time, and she's a photographer, and we used her pictures in the movie because one of the characters is a photographer. And the pictures were kind of funny, and the photographer was a kind of obsessive person. So in the rolling credits at the end, when would say photos by Arlene Alder, there'd be like a gasp in the audience as they thought I was making fun of my wife.
Yeah, right.
But it was, she was good natured to make the pictures for the character.
Yeah.
Because
the character does get attacked kind of.
Yeah.
For taking the
for those weird vegetables flying in the air. But that was the most fun for me. But it's interesting. Even the one where I had the least fun, I learned a lot of stuff. And, that's ultimately the best if you learn, I think. For me, anyway.
But does it feel like that when you're directing the film and you're kind of lost from it? It's got to be.
Does it feel like what?
It's got to be a scary situation. You feel like at least I'm learning as I'm going along through
I don't
this?
remember ever being scared directing because I'm sort of arrogant.
Yeah, that helps, doesn't it?
It helps a lot. No, I don't think I'm really arrogant, but I do put myself in the position a lot. You didn't ask me about this, but I'm going to tell you about this great thing about myself. I put myself in the position of not knowing if I'm going to be able to accomplish this thing. So I do, in a way, scare myself like that. I give talks at places where I have no business going, and it's momentarily scary. And then there's this tremendous sense of achievement if I can get away with it or actually deliver the goods.
But heading there, when you're driving there,
sometimes my heart's racing.
Like, how do I get out of this?
Yeah, I once was giving a talk at the Grand Rounds session of the Psychiatric Institute at Cornell. Please. What am I going to say to 100 psychiatrists? So I decided to talk about what I knew about, which was fame, and because I didn't think they would know an awful lot about that, but there's some connections because in fame, people think they know who you are, and in the psychiatric situation, there's transference where they have a connection to who they think you are, who you aren't necessarily. It happens on both sides.
Sure.
So I'm going to talk about fame, right? So I'm in the taxi cab and we have to go to York Avenue or someplace. And I'm trying to remember what I'm going to say. And the cab driver has this radio program in Russian blaring from the radio. And then he's on the telephone yelling in Russian. And then he takes a wrong turn and starts taking me downtown. And I'm saying, would you first of all get off the phone because it's against the law and you're making me late? He says, I can't get off the phone. I'm on the radio. He was calling into this call-in Russian radio program, complaining about something and driving me all over New York. So I'm trying to get to this appointment where I'm supposed to talk about fame to psychiatrists while he's having his 15 minutes.
Fame is a very strange thing. I mean, it's particularly now. Don't you think almost everyone wants to be famous, or even the 15 minutes?
They do. You know what always shocks me is when, and I know some rich people, really rich people, and they also want to be famous, and they do things to get famous. Why would you, if you have money, if you can be rich without being famous, take it.
Right.
I mean, that's ideal because it takes time and effort and money to be famous, and you don't really, maybe you get a table in a restaurant and then the service is bad because then they're busy thinking about what are you really like?
What are you really doing?
Yeah.
But you did aim towards fame.
I didn't aim toward it. I aimed toward trying to be a good actor, and then I got into this thing that made me more famous.
And you couldn't have gotten more famous than what you eventually got. I mean, you were on a TV show that the last night of that show, the last night of MASH, the country absolutely sat down and just watched.
Yeah, half the country watched at the same time. That was amazing.
125 million.
Something like that. Yeah, I don't think anybody really knows because in many places they were watching in large groups. And at least one town, they took over the town hall and like half the town came in and watched it. So if they had a Nielsen box on their TV set, they thought one or two people were watching. Right. There were hundreds. But it was like 105, 110, I don't know, a million. And it was amazing. It was an amazing experience. Driving in the streets, because we saw it on a big screen at the 20th Century Fox studio, and then we all went out to dinner together. And as we were driving, that's when the show was actually on the air. And I suddenly said to the people in the car, look at this, the streets are empty. They must be watching the show, because at that time of night, the streets were often clogged. So it was a strange experience. We really didn't understand how how much we had penetrated into the culture while we were making it. We never got that until it was over.
And nothing like that will ever happen again because there's too many TV stations.
Too many stations. That's the audience is, as they say, fragmented. But I always thought our audience was fragmented to start with.
Right. That is true. Everybody watched that show for different reasons.
Yeah, they did. I had mothers come up to me and say, "Oh, I just want you to know my son watched your show and became a doctor." Then the next one would come up and say, "Well, my son watched your show and joined the army." I said, "Did he watch the whole show?"
Well, a lot of times people say, like, you'll see the list of greatest sitcoms, and they'll put that in them like a sitcom.
I know. I hate that word. I always hated the word. I would never call it that. First of all, it's even a misnomer for sitcoms because they usually don't have a situation anymore. There used to be an interesting, funny situation to get the characters into, and they'd have to get out. Now it's mainly people standing up insulting each other, and then they sit on the couch. The couch is always in the same place. Do you notice that? And behind them is a staircase going up. Archie Bunker lives.
Yeah, it's the same set.
Yeah, same set. Something's a little more upscale, a little more downscale. I think Frasier had a little step up to the dining level. But he was a professor, so that's
sure. That was considered a leap ahead.
Yeah, right.
It's amazing how they changed television. Well, the science stuff that you're doing now, and I do think it all ties back in together. For when I read some of the stories that you've written, that it always comes back to being curious about the way the world works. You got into acting because you're curious about the way people work. Is there anything that you didn't get the chance to do that you wish you would have had the opportunity to do?
I don't think so. I think most of the things there were a couple of movies that I was asked to do that I couldn't do that I thought later that would have been good to be in. I would have learned a lot and I would have gotten better. But I don't really regret anything. I regret little personal things. Every once in a while, I'll be driving in the car and my wife will see me wince. I'll go like that. She'll say, What? I say, no, that's 20 years ago. Something I said, I would have said something to offend somebody, or I would have been stupid about something and thoughtless. And you know how they say your life passes in front of you just before you're going to die? Mine happens. That happens to me every day. I'm constantly, and it's not real regret. It's just a cringe.
Yeah. You need an editor. You need to sit there.
Maybe I should smoke something.
Well, this is the right place for that. I have to tell you, it's, we started this talking about the work, but for anyone listening, I think the real important story here that Alan is teaching us is how to live a life.
Oh, and I wouldn't dare to teach you that. Hey, but thank you for saying that.
You're doing it, my friend. Alan Alda, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Pleasure to have you. Pleasure. Thank you. You're terrific. Alan Alda.